Hey, it never hurts to pray twice. So God, thanks so much for this morning. Thanks that we're able to be here. And Lord, we do thank you for your wisdom, for your faithfulness. And God, I pray that you will give your strength, your wisdom, your perspective to each of the members of the board, to everybody coming to present, everybody with concerns. God, I pray that you will help us to lead and govern this county well, and that it would just serve well the citizens that we're entrusted to care for, and the visitors, the guests, the people who work here. Lord, give us that perspective so that we can make this place just even more of what it already is, just a fantastic place to live, to play, to work. God, you've trusted us with a lot. And I know that weight of leadership rests on the shoulders of this board. And so God, alleviate their burden, lighten it, and just give them whatever they need so that they can do this job well to which they've been called. We ask these things in your strong and mighty name. Amen.
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 Thank you, Betsy. Really appreciate that.
And then if everybody will stand.
Yes.
Join me for the
Supervisor
pledge.
Parlin.
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you. So we will move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So District 2, is there anything you wanted to pull off consent?
No.
Okay. District 3.
Nope.
District 4.
I just have something I'd like on the record for, let me make sure I have the right number though, really quick, because I've done that before. Yeah, for item number 11, I'd like the record to reflect that I'm voting no because I support the Planning Commission's recommendation that the project be conditioned to build a Class 1 bike path as part of the project, and this approval does not do that.
Okay. District 5.
No changes from District 5. Thank you.
All right, very good. So Kim, at this point, would you please open up for public comment on the consent calendar only? And please identify which number on the consent calendar you wish to speak to so we can keep this clear. So help us with that, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
All right, very good. So with that, we'll bring it back to the board for action
Move approval of the consent calendar with the votes noted.
and adoption of the agenda. right?
Adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Supervisor Parlin will register a no vote on item number 11 due to the fact that she supports the Planning Commission's recommendation, and this does not do so.
Therefore, so moved.
And there's a no vote for me too on that item too, after reading the clarification on it.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Yeah, so nice.
So with that, we're going to go to department matters, and we've had a request to take item 14 out of sequence to take it first. And this is from the probation department. So Kim, would you please read item 14?
Item 14 comes from the probation department recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation on pretrial probation and parole supervision week, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing July 18th through the 24th, 21 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week.
Morning, Brian.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. Kim, do you have that presentation available? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. How's everybody doing this morning?
Great.
Good.
Excellent. It's good to see you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. First of all, we are here to celebrate Probation Parole Pretrial Supervision Week. It's a bit of a mouthful. That's a celebration because it's nationwide. It starts with the American Probation Parole Association that launched this event something that occurs across the state. It's being celebrated in 58 different, well, technically 59 probation departments throughout California. San Francisco has 2 probation departments, one for juvenile, one for adult, because they've always got to be special and unique at everything, right? So we are here locally talking about our probation services, but in California, of course, probation does all of those things that are listed. We aren't separate agencies like it often exists throughout the country. Probation in California does parole, probation in California does probation, and probation in California does pretrial. So we're sort of a one-stop shop across the nation, and very unique in that sense as well. In other states, in fact, probation and parole services are sometimes combined, but most often they are very separated, as are pretrial services. Before I get too much further, I just wanted to point out I've got several of my staff here today visiting with us, a lot of administrative staff as well as sworn staff. And I'm proud of each and every one of them. They're really amazing people. You're all very fortunate to be represented by really good, kind, high quality staff members in your probation department. It's been a pleasure for me to serve with them and to work for them for the last 7.5 years. Look forward to several more if I'm given the opportunity, and they'll continue to have me. Go ahead and change that slide. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think it's important for me to point out why we would specifically call out one particular set of peace officers among a peace officer community in El Dorado and celebrate them specifically. And I would say that the reason that we do this is because the work that's done by probation is so unique relative to the rest of the law enforcement community. Our first responders, and God bless them for being out there, are amazing people and do amazingly difficult jobs, but their jobs are often very different from what a probation officer does. And the reason that the probation department itself exists is to improve community safety, obviously, but in a manner that isn't really exercised by most other law enforcement agencies. There are elements of what we do in the work that is performed by sheriff's departments and police agencies, et cetera. But the reality is that the way that we accomplish public safety is by changing the lives of the people that come across our doorstep by virtue of their choices that get them into the criminal justice community to begin with. And probation departments have this long storied history tradition over the last 180 years in our country. Most people don't know that, with a tradition history here in California of well over 100 years. And probation officers have their unique trainings, they have their unique methods, and they are unique among the peace officer community. It's not that we're special and distinct or better or any of that, it's that we are different. And so I think it's important for us to stop for a minute and talk about why it is that probation officers deserve to be recognized for the work that they do. The work of a probation officer, and I think I've probably pointed this out to this board in the past, is really, it's a synthetic work that we do. You can go ahead and advance that slide, Kim, thank you. It's a synthetic work that we do, and it involves a variety of disciplines. So there was this debate during the lion's share of my career that was, are we cops or are we social workers? Or are we cops that are social workers? Are we social workers with peace officer powers? And finally, when I was at a podium to do so, I launched out and I said, let's just settle the debate now. We're neither of those things. We are elements of each of those things, but we are neither of those things. And we are so much more in the work that we do. Educators, coaches, mentors, parents, friends, we're all of those things. We're sometimes providing healthcare advice. We're sometimes providing counseling services. We're providing access and entry to other needs that people have in order to improve their lives, in order to reduce their propensity to commit crime and victimize the community. And when we engage in all of those tasks and all of those skills effectively, we reduce recidivism. We stop people from committing the next crime, which means we prevent the next victim. That is a very unique and distinct role and a very unique and distinct tradition that we have. And like I said, it's been going on for about 180 years in this country. And if you see any eye rolling behind me right now, please let me know, because this is where I talk about something that probation staff go, oh God, not him again. 180 years ago in Boston, Massachusetts, there was a man who was sitting in a criminal court, a city court, actually, when those were a thing back in Boston. And he was watching these typically male drunkards being prosecuted through the police court in the city and receiving jail time for being drunk in public, essentially. And he thought, well, that seems like a silly waste of money and a silly waste of time and a silly waste of energy when these guys keep coming back again and again and again. Obviously, what's the system is doing is not working. So let's reconsider what the system is doing. And so he stepped up and he offered to pay their bail, essentially when bail was actually a reasonable amount of money, and said, I will pay their bail, I will take them, and if I can bring them back to you in a reformed condition, will you give me back their bail money, essentially, so that I can use it on another person? And the court said, sure, whatever, John. And John Augustus, essentially in that moment, back in 1841, became the first probation officer, if you will. And he did that a little over 2,000 times in his history. And he claims through his journals, and we have his journals to reference, he claims to have failed only 4 times, to have 4 disappointments out of 2,000 people that he took out of the system, paid their bail, and gave them a sense of rehabilitation, brought them back before the court, and the court said, we're satisfied, and gave the bail money back to Mr. Augustus. The 4 times he failed, he sacrificed the bail amounts, and that was the end of the story. The point being, he saw a different way of managing human behavior. And that tradition is what carries forward today in probation work. I think that it's important to put essentially what probation in California is into a bit of context. Thank you, Kim. In California, there are about 350,000 people under the supervision of the probation departments in the state. To give you a little bit of context, there's about 50,000 people on parole. So 350,000 on probation, 50,000 on parole. There are only about 120,000 people in state prisons, which, by the way, is a fantastic accomplishment that we are at only 120,000 people, because at our high point, we were at about 176,000 people when public safety realignment came on the scene in 2011. And our system has a design capacity of under 120,000 people. So we're still over the design population capacity of our prison system. But imagine what it was like when we were at 176,000 people and we had mostly men, triple bunked in recreation space in all of our prisons across California. But again, 120,000 people in our prison system and about 75,000 people in our jails throughout the state. So 75 in jail, 120 in prison, 50 on parole, and 350,000 people on probation. Take that piece of the criminal justice system out for just a moment. What do you do with those 350,000 people? You going to put them back in jail? Do you have room for them in prison? Are you not going to supervise them? You can see that when we start talking about the probation system being the linchpin of the criminal justice system, pull that linchpin out and see what happens. You now have no accountability whatsoever for people that are going to either be in your community or come back to your community when they're finished with their commitment time, whatever that commitment time is. So you can start to see on scale why probation is so important to the system, and why, when it's well-funded, well-trained, pays attention to the research and the science, actually is very effective at reducing recidivism in the communities and keeping the next victim from ever occurring. So, excuse me, to say that probation is involved in every aspect of the criminal justice system, or just about every aspect of the criminal justice system, is probably a bit of an understatement. About the only thing we don't do is prosecute crime. Just about every other element of the system, from the point of arrest to the point of disposition of a case where somebody is released from their commitment to the criminal justice system, we're a part of that. Especially in juvenile justice, where we're a part of every aspect of the juvenile justice system, from detention to prosecutions to providing treatment and services to providing housing. We're a part of all of that. In adult justice, we have become more and more and more an integral part of the adult justice system as time has gone on. From when I started my career back in the mid-90s to now, probation has only gained in scale and scope in the work that we do, and become more and more valuable to the various aspects of the system. And and whether it's a bail review being conducted at the very front end, or an assessment being done toward the tail end where supervision is taking place. Again, without that probation component, there are so many aspects of what goes on in criminal justice that would have to be doled out to another part of the system, that again, you can see how probation becomes that linchpin factor in the criminal justice system. It's not that we could do without any one member. It's not that we could do without the courts, without the DAs, without the public defenders, without our law enforcement in allied agencies. We couldn't do without any of them, of course. But you can see the scale with which probation deals in the criminal justice system is really unequal. One more, Tim. Thank you very much. I mentioned earlier the synthetic approach and how probation works with or engages in so many different types of disciplines. Well, we also work with every discipline in the community. We work with healthcare providers. We work with other law enforcement agencies, DAs, public defenders, school districts, transportation, housing, workforce development. We have to do all of those things in order to get our services, our clients connected to services so that our clients have the ability to succeed. One of the things that's changed so much in my career is that when I started, it was really, we were a referral-based system, and we left it all on the client and said, you need to figure out how to resolve what we're telling you to do. You need a job, you need to go to school, you need transportation, you need housing, and you need to go accomplish all of those things. I'm telling you, you need those things. That's my job. Your job is to go get it accomplished. Well, what we realized was over the last couple of decades that when you are working with individuals who you are supposedly rehabilitating, that we're presuming that they knew how to do it in the first place. You can't rehabilitate somebody that's never been habilitated in the first place. You can't make somebody walk if they never learned how. So we retooled how we approached the work with our clients, and we said, we need to help them walk. And once we've shown them how to do that, then the expectation can be set that they will take that training, that teaching, and walk with it. So for us to provide not just access to, but perhaps the actual service itself to our clients is what we've evolved into today. So for the probation department in El Dorado County to run a transitional home is something that 20 years ago, when I started, 25 years ago, would have been laughed at. The notion of a probation department running a housing facility would have been laughable, literally. It would have angered people that we invested in that way. But let me tell you that when we invest in running a transitional home, or we invest in workforce development and guide people to the NCCT so that they can turn around and make $21 to $25 to $30 an hour in the community when they have full benefits to provide for themselves and their families. When we provide literally hand bags of food to our clients out of our food pantry at the day reporting center because they don't have enough to eat and they can't be healthy, thinking clearly when they're not well nourished. To do those types of things is something that 25 years ago, again, would have been laughable. Today, it's the way we do business. It's the way that we accomplish the goals that we have, which is to connect people to services, to connect people to basic human needs, so that we can work on those things that are criminogenic, work on those things that have contributed to people committing crimes, such as drug abuse, such as poor family relations, such as antisocial attitudes and antisocial behaviors, and keep them engaged in those treatments so that when they get finished with us, they don't feel like committing crime anymore. They don't dismiss other human beings as objects. They look at other human beings as other human beings. And when you look at somebody as a human being, it's a lot harder to do them damage than when you look at them as an object. When they're just an object in your way or a vehicle to get what you need, it is a lot easier to be a criminal than it is when you have to look at somebody in the eye and think, if that were me, would I want this done to me? That changes the game entirely. And that's what our business is. One more. Thanks, Tim. So one of the things that we say in the probation department is that our staff are our most valuable resource. And we don't just say that because it sounds good or it looks good on our wall. We actually believe that and we live that. It really begins with the culture within our department, that I want to treat the people that I work for, that I work with in my department, the same way that I would want to be treated, in the same way I want them treating our clients and our community members. And it starts with me and it filters throughout our department. And the expectation is very, very high that we treat each other with decency and respect and professionalism and friendship. And I will say it, we treat each other with love. And if we don't do that, then we are falling short of the expectation, because I expect nothing less than that with my staff working with their clients, that we need to demonstrate love to our clients, because how do we expect them to behave in the community with other human beings if we're disrespecting them, mistreating them, or treating them as they are objects, that they're our job, as opposed to, no, you're our mission. We really want to accomplish something more with you so that you don't go out and victimize my neighbor, my wife, my son, my family member, my friend. And we want to see people's families thrive. We want to see them thrive. We legitimately care about what their success is. And so it all starts with the culture within our department, and it extends onto the humanity of our work. So with that, I understand that in addition to the proclamation that was issued by the state of California and Governor Newsom, the board had a proclamation for us today, recognizing the work of these fine folks. And so I want to say thank you in advance for that. And Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
To turn the mic on here, to be safeguarded from criminal activity, and whereas probation professionals are responsible for providing a multitude of services to adult and juvenile clients and their families in the community and in detention, and whereas probation professionals in El Dorado County are proud peace officers utilizing the best practices of public safety, and whereas probation professionals are highly trained agents of change with a distinct tradition in their profession, and whereas probation professionals work collaboratively with multiple community agencies and groups to achieve public safety goals, and whereas probation professionals engage in prevention, intervention, and advocacy for clients, and whereas probation professionals provide services, support, and protection for victims, and whereas probation professionals advocate for community and restorative justice, and whereas probation professionals in El Dorado County have declared their vision to be safe communities through changed lives. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado recognize the week of July 18th through July 24th, 2021 as pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week in the County of El Dorado, and encourages all citizens to honor and recognize these public safety professionals. Passed by the Board of Supervisors, the County of El Dorado, regular meeting of this board held the 20th of July, 2021. By the following vote of said board, which will take, so I'll take a motion now at this point.
I'll move. I'll second.
I think that was a tie. So
That's fine. I'll take second.
did you get it recorded? Yeah, okay. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great. Motion carries unanimously. And with that, I'd like it to open up for any public comments. So Chief Richard, do you have anything else you would like to say at this point before you turn the mic over?
Just one more thing. Part of our celebration this week, besides various food events, which are probably high in calorie and carbohydrates, we throw a couple of pancake breakfasts where I get to get up on the grill and serve my people breakfast. And I think it's one of the highlights of my year. We're also doing a blood drive this year where we're challenging other agencies to get engaged and provide that ever needed life serum to folks in need. Supervisor Thomas, I think you are coming to join us if that's still in your schedule.
Yeah, Karen was hooking me up with an appointment, so.
That's fantastic.
yes.
I appreciate that very much.
Absolutely.
It's just a fantastic week of celebration for us, both up in the basin and down here on the West Slope. And with that, I will step aside and let anybody else who has any comments make.
Very good. So anyone in the audience here who would like to make a brief, present something, make a comment, whatever it may be, you're welcome to come to the podium at this point. Bunch of shy people, huh? Come on, you've done great work. I think somebody ought to step up and talk about the organization, because in the 4.5 years I've been on this board, I have seen probation make some outstanding contributions to our community members and people in need. And it's just an incredible asset to El Dorado County, the services you provide. And I think somebody ought to, from your organization, should step up and speak to it maybe. So please.
No pressure, huh?
All right. No pressure. Yes.
Perfect. I'm the El Dorado County Probation Officers Association president, and I'd like to thank you for your recognition of probation. Just to reiterate what Chief Richard has to say is I'm very, very proud to represent every single one of the members of our association and the deputy probation officers. They pour their heart out into their work. They always go out of their way for their clients, and they do show true compassion and caring and love towards our clients and the people of our community, which ultimately makes our community better. So thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Shannon. Okay, since we still have a shy audience, with the exception of Shannon, would you please open it up for any Zoom comments at this point?
Now taking public comment on item number 14. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you'll be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. And there's no public comment.
All right, very good. So thank you again for the presentation, and have an enjoyable week celebrating with the food. And with Brian's cooking, I'm sure that you'll do well in terms of staying healthy.
Yeah.
And maybe avoiding.
And maybe avoiding Fusco. Well, I've got red lights here, so District 3, please.
Thank you. We wanted a chance to speak for a second, so sit down, hold on.
We got to stay just a second longer.
I just want to offer our comments that how moved I am by the work that you do. I remember, and Brian, I am always inspired to hear you speak. I remember the very first time, I sat down and met with you before I was even on this board to understand how you approach your work was just revolutionary to me. And love does shine through everything you do. And I think that is just absolutely remarkable. People don't consider probation, the probation department, as being a department of love. And today, as you were talking about all the ways that you intersect and change people's lives, I'm just amazed by the demand on you to continue to be deep learners. I'm sure you perhaps all approached this career originally with just probably a few skill sets in mind, but the demands on all of you from being, counselors and healthcare workers and trying to figure out housing and transportation and all of that is just quite remarkable. But those are all the aspects of deep human need, and the fact that you are so committed to meeting that in your clients, which then changes our community for the better, and it changes families and for generations. So I'm just in awe of the work that you do and the way you do it. So thank you.
Other board members?
Yeah, I'll just jump in. Brian, and Wendy's right. You're an inspirational speaker. And when you're talking about the analogy of teaching your clients to walk, that really hit home. That's really powerful. And it really truly is. We understand that's what you do. And it's an incredible job that you have. And I just want to say we incredibly appreciate this work that you do, because it is powerful work for our communities. And I just want to say thank you, each and every one of you. Great job.
Yeah, and just echo that. Thank you so much for all you do, connecting, supporting your clients and the victims to make our communities better. It's really appreciated.
Yeah, comment I want to make too, being a pastor of the church in El Dorado, and I hear a lot of people that are out on probation. I, counsel a lot of them, and they say a lot of the good work that you have done to make their lives, complete and brought them back around. So it's a great thing for what you guys are doing. Awesome job. Thank you.
Very good. So thanks again. Have a wonderful day and enjoy Brian's food. I guess that's the way we'll lead it off. So thank you. Okay, so with that, I think we're ready to go to item 13. We'll go back to SB 743. So Kim, would you read item 13 for us, please?
Item 13 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board, 1, receive the workshop information on implementation of Senate Bill 743 for transportation projects, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution, the El Dorado County Vehicle Miles Traveled Threshold of Significance for Evaluation of Transportation Project Impacts.
Natalie, I guess you're on.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Chair Heidel and supervisors, I'm Natalie Porter with the Department of Transportation. And Kim, I didn't know if you want me to share my screen with the PowerPoint, or did you want to do it?
If you want to go ahead, that's fine.
Okay. Let me do that. Okay, can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. So this morning, we're here to discuss Senate Bill 743 and the significance thresholds for transportation projects. So previous actions by the board have been that we had an implementation plan presented in June of last year, and we had workshops in June, August, and September. And then the previous board did adopt Resolution 141-2020, which was the VMT thresholds of significance for land use projects. And that was in October of last year. So today we'll do a brief overview, very brief, of SB 743 and vehicle miles traveled. And then we will talk about the adoption of the methodology, significance thresholds, mitigation measures, and screening criteria for transportation projects. So as a reminder, the legislative intent of SB 743 was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and balance the need of congestion management with statewide goals related to infill development and to improve public health through active transportation. So what does SB 743 do? It eliminates level of service and delay as a metric and adds vehicle miles traveled. So there are methods and thresholds guidance that were included as a technical advisory. And it shifts the focus, the CEQA focus, the environmental focus, from measuring impacts to driving to measuring impacts from driving. So they kind of this is to encourage non-vehicular activities. So when we're going to talk about metrics and the measures of effect, OPR has their technical advisory, and we attached it at, I think it's attachment D. It's, I think about 40 pages of technical advisory for not only for transportation projects, but for all projects. And we're concentrating on transportation projects this morning. They recommend the use of the absolute VMT, or absolute vehicle miles traveled. So no increase, to consider the effects of transportation projects from vehicle travel. Transportation projects that would likely lead to a measurable and substantial increase in vehicle travel or induced travel include the addition of through lanes on existing or new highways, like general purpose lanes or high occupancy lanes, and auxiliary lanes. Induced travel, just as an explanation, if you haven't heard that term before, occurs when roadway capacity is expanded in areas of present or projected future growth. So when an example that has been used of induced travel is that if you have a congested highway and people start taking transit because they're tired of sitting in bumper to bumper traffic, and then we add a lane to the freeway, all of a sudden no one wants to ride transit anymore because they can see the traffic flowing on the freeway, and they like the freedom of having their own car. So what happens when we do expand the capacity of the roadways? You typically have changes in trip making, such as longer trips, because people can now make longer trips in a shorter period of time because you've added capacity. Or you change your mode choice. Like I said, they might no longer choose to ride their bike or transit, and they'll hop back into their car. They'll take the faster route now that you've increased the capacity of a roadway. Or you have new trips for people who might not have driven their car before. Now that there's capacity, they might change their mode. And land use changes can generate different trips along a corridor. So all of these effects change the total amount of vehicle miles traveled in an area. And it has different effects over time. So one of the things that CEQA does require is for the analysis to include both short-term and long-term impacts. Let's see. Most of this information is in the staff report on page 3 if you want to read all that. So the methodology we're talking about is to use the absolute metric for transportation analysis, and we would use our El Dorado County travel demand model for the VMT analysis, and then we will use the analysis process flow chart for transportation projects. So this was generated during the study that was commissioned by the Transportation Commission by Fair and Peers. They generated this flow chart for us to use, and it is also attachment E in our packet if you wanted to just see it by itself. And it walks you through the steps of what you would need to analyze for a transportation project. So staff is OPR, like I had said, OPR recommends the use of absolute VMT, so no increase. And staff is recommending a no increase in absolute VMT. And they also have a list of projects that would not likely lead to substantial or measurable increases in vehicle travel. So this is what they're calling a screening criteria. And starting on page 5 of our staff report, we list them. It's also in the technical advisory, I believe, starting on page, I think it was 17. And there's about 27 different categories. So a lot of our projects would be included in that. And I also wanted to mention that our general plan actually does kind of account for VMT because of what the general plan says to, direct growth into the community regions, into places that we already have facilities and, sewer and water and all those types of things. So, and the road network already in place. So when you look at our general plan, it does, the overall VMT over time does decrease with the metrics. And that is something that OPR has recognized, that sometimes general plans, especially like ours, we're not necessarily encouraging sprawl, but most of our roadway improvements in our fee program and in our general plan would be considered have a less than significant impact on VMT, because we've already shown that overall over time in 2040 that the VMT would be going down for that. So some of the potential mitigation measures are a little bit different from the land use categories, not a whole lot, but the one that we're still kind of depending on is at some point coming up with a regional VMT mitigation program. I think we have told you before that staff participates in a SACOG local area working group on SB 743 implementation. And one of the things we are looking at is coming up with a regional VMT mitigation program, something similar to our fee program. And they put in a grant application to get some of the work done. If they do get that grant, it would provide a mechanism for a regional plan and potentially maybe something for our county to use for mitigation measures, because as a rural and suburban type county, we have very limited types of mitigation measures that would affect our overall VMT for transportation projects. And just kind of as a FYI, and this is something that we'll probably bring back later if we're given that direction from the board, is that we'd had meetings with TRPA staff about their analysis tool and their methodologies that they use for the basin for VMT reduction. And their staff has offered to make a presentation or be available for the board if you wanted to see the tool and if you wanted to see how they do things up in the basin. And it might be prudent for your board to consider adopting a resolution that says that for the unincorporated county in the basin that we use TRPA's methodology. But that is something that is for a different time. But I just wanted to bring that up, that is a potential for so that we're covered for the entire El Dorado County. Because right now, everything that we're adopting is for the West Slope, and TRPA has jurisdiction up in Tahoe. And they do have they've updated their model to take this into account, to look at full trip lengths according to SB 743 requirements. So that's just as something for another workshop on VMT. So anybody have any questions?
Questions from the board? Anyone?
Yeah, Natalie.
Uh-huh.
Hang on, I just unplugged. Quick, I had a question. You go back to that, if you can, go back to that slide where you had the mitigation.
Okay.
It was one of the last slides there. And you were talking about mitigation results. Yeah, measures. Thank you.
Slide 11? Yeah.
Right
There we go.
there. That's it.
Okay.
I don't really see transit in there, and that's kind of a very important one.
Well, it's kind of the first one covered under the provide rideshare or car share programs or increased transit accessibility.
Oh, okay.
So, but that's kind of covered under that one. So we don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, on the West Slope, it's a little bit harder than in the basin to do that. So we definitely would need to have some consultation with El Dorado Transit on what we possibly could provide. And I think that would be kind of rolled into that mitigation program, potentially a regional mitigation program. But that's kind of the next step of where we go from here.
Yeah, because being on TRPA governing board and having the subcommittee for housing, it all moves together.
Right.
Transit and housing have to work together, and especially for VMT standards. And we're talking about micro transit and increased free and frequent transit, whatever we can do to get people out of their cars, because this is a difficult road here.
Yes.
In that people, sorry about that. But people don't want to get out of their cars. And so this is, again, it's a whole new way of thinking, rather than talking about the impact of cars. Rather, we're talking about the impact of moving people around. We know, and in rural communities, it's very, very difficult to get these VMT standards moving together because walkable, bikeable communities are necessarily urbanized communities. And so it's very difficult to get any standards to work, in a long term, but, or in a short term, rather long term. Yes, you can build your communities to look more like European communities where you have walkable, bikeable communities. But just some of the issues we've talked about up in Tahoe. I would suggest that we do have a TRPA come down and give us an analysis of what's going on, because they are kind of in front of a lot of this. And we've had a lot of conversations about how we get there in a rural area in particular, although South Lake Tahoe is not as rural, but there's a lot of issues. And I do think it's important that we align ourselves on our east slope with the TRPA standards, obviously. So thanks, Natalie. I appreciate you bringing that up. I do think it's important to get TRPA in the conversation. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Wendy.
Natalie, I just want to say thank you for the explanation of induced travel. That was a fabulous explanation, really, really helpful. And just want to echo Supervisor Novosels's comments that, parts of the West Slope can achieve some of these goals, but most of the West Slope will never be able to achieve them. And that just makes this so challenging for us in El Dorado County, the way the state is measuring everything and holding us to these standards that just can't be achieved on the West Slope. So it will continue to be a challenge for us here. And so anyway, thank you for this explanation today. Appreciate it.
A question and stuff like that. What I have is the state seems like they want to tax everyone that vehicle miles traveled. I think that was going on, and they want to force us into buying electric cars. Well, electric cars are very, very expensive. And what it is, especially when it comes to people in low incomes, there's no way they could even afford these kind of vehicles. So that's one of the biggest concerns that I have. And how do you calculate how many miles per vehicle is driven per year?
Well, it depends on if you're doing, in the old days, you would have everybody fill out like these little forms and say how much you're traveling. They haven't quite decided how to track it without infringing on people's privacy. You do have the Bluetooth readers and things that go in that, then they kind of anomalize all the data. So you're not specifically following one person around, kind of like they show on TV shows and things like that. But it's, it would be, I think some of the proposals we've heard is it would be kind of like how you report how much you drive to your insurance company for driving purposes. Or maybe that's the old days. I can't remember the last time they've asked us how much we drive during the week to get to work. But they're anticipating that there's going to be some kind of an average. There have been test cases where they've done a study like here in California where people kept logs and they had like a tracker in their car to show exactly how many miles that they were traveling. And it kind of came up with an average that for different kinds of things. So our traffic model that we use assumes an average trip length for different types of uses. And depending on where the location of the development or where you're living or where the commercial project is, there's an associated average trip length to get to that place or back from either work or from a residential or non-residential use. So that's kind of what we use right now as our factors is that is based on travel studies that have been done by different jurisdictions. So our travel demand model relies on the SACOG data for El Dorado County, and that was rolled into our model. So they haven't come up with a way how they're going to track, gas taxes. Like I said, they've done some pilot programs, and there's obviously a concern about privacy, people's privacy about where they're driving to and from. So they're very carefully treading that pathway. But that is eventually, I think, where it's going to go versus paying at the pump kind of thing for gas.
Well, I can tell you how they're tracking it right now. And that's having your car smogged every 2 years. That calculation with that mileage is taken down and it's goes to the database in the state. And that is calculated. And then they do an average of the 2 years and the mileage is generated on the vehicles. And then in the meantime, also it goes out to the insurance companies. So the insurance companies, you can't lie to your insurance company how many miles you put on that vehicle each year. Because we've seen an increase, I've seen an increase, and some of the people have told me that their insurance has gone up because of the mileage they put on the car. Well, that's how they track it.
Okay.
So anyway,
With the
I had
exception
to
of
bring it
electric
up.
Vehicles, right?
Yes, exactly, exactly.
And-
So that's how they're going to do that. And what it says is going to be, we're going to be taxed on the miles which is put on these vehicles, and that's how they're going to do it. So,
But even, I'm working on another project where I was told that cell phone data is available for purchase. And I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't turned my tracker off. They know where you are
Oh,
at
yeah.
all times.
Oh,
So
yeah.
our traffic patterns are actually pretty available right now at any moment. So that's just another piece of it out there.
Yep.
so anyway, that's how they're doing it. So I already knew, but I wanted to ask that question, so.
So Natalie, I have a question relative to the sensitivity, if you will, to a subdivision that's proposed close to a major traffic corridor such as Highway 50. Because it would seem that one of the things that VMT is doing is it's saying a large new subdivision close to Highway 50 might be acceptable without significant impacts or significant mitigation because it is close to Highway 50. And yet another subdivision that maybe say off of Green Valley Road somewhere, wherein people working downtown Sacramento would travel the same amount of net miles every day to get to work and back, but that VMT would not be as favorable from the standpoint of you'd have to look at significant mitigations because it's off the Highway 50 corridor. And I'm trying to get a sense of how sensitive the TDM is, the traffic demand model, for those kinds of things, because if we're going to see a lot of projects that pencil out from the VMT perspective that are adjacent to Highway 50, we can kind of tell, where the growth pattern is going to be as opposed to other areas, i.e. Green Valley Road.
Well, I do believe that, Green Valley Road will have a little bit of a different, they'd have a little bit longer trip, right? Because they need to get either to Highway 50 or use Green Valley Road to get over to Roseville, right?
Well, you
So-
couldn't imagine the same miles traveled to get to downtown Sacramento. It just depends on where the subdivision would go in along Highway 50, but yes.
Yeah, it is really dependent, location dependent. And that was deliberate by the state. That they want to, I don't want to say force, they are encouraging you
There
to
you
do
go.
your development closer together. It's that whole infill thing so that you're not encouraging urban sprawl.
So it's kind of, doesn't it go with how close the subdivision would be to a work center? I thought it was about
Yes.
work centers kind of. So, Highway 50 is a factor, but is there a work center near there on Highway 50? Because,
Right,
our
or
work
a
centers are-
transit station, a park and ride transit station. I
Yeah.
mean, I think there's a
Right.
number of factors that go into it. but-
Right, so.
Yeah, it's that coupling between the residential and non-residential uses.
Yeah.
And what is the trip? What is the connection between the types of trips that you're making? Like if you're in a rural center that happens to have the commercial that you need, like a grocery store or a gas station, that means you don't have to go all the way like into town to do your grocery shopping. That would probably be okay. Right. But if
Right.
if you're in a rural area that does not have those amenities, that means you have to drive somewhere to get those services. You're not going to get a good result out of the VMT.
Just if I could
analysis.
make
Go
a
ahead.
note, and not to discourage the conversation, I just do want to make sure it's clear that the action you're taking today relates to threshold of significance for transportation projects,
Right.
not the
Yes.
land use project. So
Right.
again, not to
Right.
discourage the
Right.
conversation,
Okay.
I just want
Yeah.
to make
I
sure.
understand.
everyone
Thank you,
understands.
David.
Right.
Appreciate that.
Yes.
And that's why I was kind of bringing that up, because
Yeah.
we tend to want to go over to land use
Yes.
because
There's
it
so
always-
Well,
related.
they're
Well, it
intimately
has-
connected, right?
as
So-
an element of transportation. And,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're talking about Bass Road Lake, and, you're talking about needing Bass Lake Road, needing to increase the capacity.
right.
And this is saying, no, a transportation type of system for that would say, no, that you're increasing BMTs if you do that. So that's what you're, asking for. So that's my confusion, Natalie. What's going to happen between LOS and BMTs now when a transportation project comes before us, or the transportation division? What's going to happen? Are they looking at both? When you say absolute BMT, is that what you're saying? Is they're not going to look at LOS now?
No, they still have to look at LOS for general plan consistency, right? So we're still going to have that dual
In
analysis.
El
that
Dorado
needs
County,
to
I
be
think we're
done.
fairly unique in that.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, because I
So,
just think like one's, in odds of the
They
other.
are, they're totally.
So I don't know
aligned.
how you get to a balance there.
Right,
Yeah,
it's going to be, we're definitely in that education process about how this is going to affect us. And this isn't, and we've told this to OPR, but they kind of don't pay a whole lot of attention to us rural counties. But we've made that comment before, multiple times.
Yeah,
And I think they think I'm whining, but it is, we do have that conflict that we have level service criteria for our general plan that we have to do. And now we have to layer on top of this VMT. There are going to be occasions where the mitigation measures for VMT are going to be contrary
Okay.
to the level of service mitigation measure.
That's why I don't understand how we get there. So is this something where eventually we're going to have to change our general plan and get rid of LOS, or what's going?
Well, that's an option, or you do an EIR and the board can make a finding of, of significant, the overriding considerations to again, about the VMT, because we just can't get
One
there.
thing I want to do is I recommend everybody on the board here to read the mitigation measures and stuff, the VMP, because I was looking over some of the things and it's so restrictive. It's almost like they're handcuffing you is what it is. So, and taking away a lot of your rights. So I would encourage everyone on this board to read that mitigation measures.
I haven't. I've been
It's
actually.
amazing to me,
Yeah.
all the stuff that they have put in place to restrict a lot of the people, what you can do and what you can't do. So anyway.
It's a new way of thinking, and they're trying to get us into thinking more, not about the influence of the car, because what they've found, and why a lot of this is here now, is because cars have become so good at emission control that now they're looking at, oh, gee, it's really not emission control, it's the movement of people. And so it's a different way of thinking. And I think they're trying to get us all to understand that it's not about, jumping in the car and worrying about congestion. It's more about what you're using your car for. And is there a way to stop you from getting in the car, which I'll never forget Senator Feinstein telling us one time at a meeting for TRPA, that you're never going to get people out of cars. Get over it. And yet that's what VMT is about. It's about getting people out of cars.
Right, but the thing is, especially with the new cars and the vehicles today, it's zero emissions. It's amazing exactly what comes out the tailpipe.
And that's why they're changing it.
So.
So I did want to point out though, Natalie, on page 8 of the board memo, there's a statement in the middle that says that roadway projects that are included in the general plan would be presumed to have less than significant VMT impact. So the roadways that are in that general plan map already would not be an increase. So those ones are okay.
Right. It's if we decide that we want to add a new road that's not on that map, that hasn't been analyzed before. Because like I said, when we've looked at our general plan, we've done the analysis for our base year, which was 2018, and we'll be updating that shortly. Versus 2040, that the VMT does go down because of the way that the general plan is formed with, directing growth into the community regions and to rural centers. So with the VMT actually does go down according to the model. Of course, this is modeling, right? So, so I can't say with certainty that's going to happen, but that's what the modeling is saying, that, so anything that's in our general plan. So we take into consideration in 2040 that we've done all those widenings that we're proposing that's in our fee program that is on our general plan map, right, for 2040, that by 2040, all those projects will contribute to lowering the VMT for our county. because of the way that we've said where the growth is going to occur.
Okay, so that's kind of a teeny tiny bit of good news, I
Yes.
think.
Yeah,
Tiny in this whole VMT thing.
right.
The only thing that bothers me, it just seems like they're penalizing us for living in the rural areas. And that bothers me a lot. It really does. And that's not fair to the people that, that live here, that love the peace and the quiet and the environment.
I don't know if you saw the history on this legislation, but it came about because of the Golden One Center for that basketball center in the
Right.
middle of Sacramento.
Yeah.
And so it is completely directed towards very urbanized areas. And it
Well,
works
that's the
for them.
reason why they build that thing in Vegas, that, the football stadium, and they have the concert facility down there and everything. It's right there in a center where everybody's walking distance.
Yeah, I hope we can tweak this to where we can make it work in our rural areas, because it makes sense that we've got to
This
move
is-
away from emissions because we're getting zero
This is
emissions.
going to be a learn as you go process.
Yes.
Every analysis that's done is going to have a different result that we're going to have to try to figure out, how they're different and why they're different and better. It's going to be a learn by experiencing what the projects are, because it'll be totally
Natalie,
independent.
other counties are struggling with this too, right? I mean, we're not.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Every role,
So that's- I
especially.
just want to make that clear to everyone. It's not just us. I mean,
Yep.
there's a lot
Yeah.
of.
The ones who have embraced it are highly urbanized cities,
Yeah.
because it does play, because then it allows them to develop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. in
Supervisor
areas.
Parlin, I actually wanted to focus on just exactly what you said, along with what Heidel said. This is Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation. And it essentially that, yes, a lot of other rural communities such as ourselves are struggling with this implementation of VMT for the CEQA analysis, for the environmental analysis of the impacts due to vehicular volume. And that what they are trying to do is, as Supervisor Novosel said, they're trying to get us, I apologize. They're trying to get new development, new projects to think of new ways of traveling other than vehicular volume. So if there's a new development, as Supervisor Heidel said, that's far away into, let's say, North County or South County, that's going to create a lot of vehicular vehicle miles traveled, as opposed to a project that is adjacent to a retail, commercial, a transit center, that is going to have less vehicle miles traveled. So that's the whole purpose of this introduction of VMT to the board, is that the state of California is trying to have us look at it differently. As Natalie said, though, we still have our general plan that we have to abide by. And there might be opportunities or times when it will conflict, our general plan might conflict with VMT. And at that point, either our project or a development will have to find other mechanisms to mitigate that VMT, that project. It will not, at this point, at this stage right now, it will not affect the general public in terms of any additional gas tax or additional impositions or into our privacy at this moment. As Natalie said, that is something for the future that the state still hasn't determined how it will be calculated and how it will be implemented. So at some point we will address that. But today, what we're here to do is a hearing that the state is trying to incorporate a new CEQA method of mitigating the environmental impacts, as opposed to general level of service, what it used to be in the past. Now they're going to VMT. As to the implementations to or mitigations to those projects, whether it be transit, whether it be more bike, more pedestrian access, we'll see, and we will take it one project at a time.
Rafael, are we ready to take public comment at this point?
Yeah.
So Kim, if you would open it up, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 13. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you'll be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment in the room, and we have public comment from our attendee. Now taking public comment from Woody Deloria.
Good morning, Board. Chair Heidel, this is Woodrow Deloria with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Thanks for taking my comments. First and foremost, I just want to commend and congratulate Natalie on getting this work to the finish line.
Yep.
This is incredibly complicated, as you all have discussed this morning, and it's even more complicated than other rural counties because of our TCX policy and the general plan, the LOS requirements. So Natalie deserves a great deal of congratulations for getting us there. A couple other things I just want to mention. There is concern. There was some questions about other rural counties facing the same challenges. And one of the other hats that I wear is the chair of the Rural Counties Task Force, which is the 26 rural counties of the state of California. And I think every meeting that we have, VMT is discussed at great length, because we're all facing the same challenges, knowing that even with all the mitigation that we could implement, we still barely move the needle on reducing greenhouse gases in rural California. So I assure you that we're still advocating for a more scalable approach to this, and working with the legislature and the governor's office and OPR and so on to help make that case that a one size fits all approach doesn't really work. Just one final thing I wanted to mention, in hearing the conversation about the road user charge. And again, we're also advocating on behalf of all the rural counties to, when and if a road user charge is implemented, to make sure that it is scalable and doesn't adversely impact rural residents, because we do drive more miles than the average urban resident. So that's that the study that was done in 2017 was based on Senate Bill 1077, which was passed in 2014, I believe. And that was the road user charge. And I will provide Natalie or Raphael with that summary report of that road user charge, because it does highlight in detail how that would be implemented if it does ever come to fruition. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions. But again, thank you, Natalie and Raphael, for your leadership on this. It's certainly very complicated, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Woody. And I think Supervisor Turnbull has a question.
Woody, I want to ask you a question. If we're going to have the surcharge on people who live out in the rural area, is that money going to stay here in our county to make sure that our roads are being taken care of and not go elsewhere?
Well, similar to the gas tax, it's yet to be determined. It's yet to be determined how that road user charge money would be collected and then where that money would be returned. We all pay gas tax now, and it is not a direct return to source for that gas tax. So it will likely be some kind of hybrid similar to that gas tax, but I couldn't tell you with any accuracy how they're going to actually send that back. But we are certainly advocating for it. Certainly advocating for it to come back to the area in which those miles were driven.
Definitely. It needs to stay here because our roads are deteriorating anyway. We already have a lot of problems with the roads. You know that. So
sure thing.
I think we would agree. I'm not sure that's what's going to happen with the
Well,
legislature
but
and the
anyway, I had
governor.
to throw
but
that
anyway.
out there. So
Yeah.
Anything like the
Thank you,
gas
Woody.
tax, we've got a lot of transit that
exactly.
goes to the urban areas first.
Right.
So, yeah.
And it looks like there's no more Zoom comments. Is that correct?
There's no additional public comment.
Okay. So with that, back to the board, we have a resolution before us.
Yeah, I'll move as recommended by staff.
Second?
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Again, thank you, Natalie, for
Thank
all
you,
the hard
Natalie. Thank
work,
you,
and
Raphael.
Raphael for your contributions in the discussion as well. I'm sure they'll continue as we
they will.
experience project level reviews of what VMT means. So
One other, go back. Natalie, do you need us to give you direction to bring TRPA, a TRPA presentation forward? Are you good without what we just?
I think that would be if as long as there's a consensus that that's something we want to do, then we can coordinate with TRPA staff on
Okay,
that.
is everybody okay with that?
Sure.
Yeah. That'd
Okay,
be good.
yep.
yes,
we've got
please. So
consensus.
please accept
Okay.
that as direction and get it scheduled. Thank you.
Thank
Okay, all right, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we need to go, I think, to our 10 a.m. time allocation. That's item number 16. So Kim, if you would read that for us, please.
Item number 16 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive a presentation from PG&E on community wildfire safety program and public safety power shutoff events.
Morning.
Morning.
Should be a green light.
Go green.
There you
Okay,
go,
there we
there you
go.
go.
Perfect.
Green means go.
Green means go. Got it. I was just having flashbacks of
Oh, boy.
transit-oriented
Don't
planning from my
start,
previous
Dawn.
life, listening to this conversation. So it was good. Well, good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you today about our community wildfire safety program. My name is Sarah Rashid, and I'm your PG&E local public affairs representative who covers El Dorado County. I have with me today to assist in answering questions our public safety specialist, Mike Webb, who I'll let kind of tell what he does on a day-to-day.
Yeah, good morning,
Morning.
Chair and Supervisors. I've met many of you before, as I've had a long career here in El Dorado County, and I'm always happy and willing to come stand before you and answer questions and support my partner today. I think the important thing here is, as a public safety specialist, is for you to see our unified front for outreach and information sharing and coordination with the county. The other leg that obviously isn't here is our customer piece, right? So we just always want to make sure you understand who your point of contact is for what. And my role specifically deals with our public safety agencies, fire law, OES, fire safety councils, et cetera, where Sarah is your primary point of contact. And I think really the genesis of that is, when we get busy, we could fill in for each other. So sometimes that information may come from me or for her, depending on if we have fires or emergencies or other things that pull us away. So just wanted you to understand our unified front and willingness to coordinate and work and provide information. So I'm going to step back, let her do her conversation, then I'll have lots of questions at the end. So.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
So with that, I'll just go ahead and dive in. What we're going to do is reduce the threat of wildfires in El Dorado County and system-wide. So I'll go ahead and give that explanation of what we're doing there, and also some opportunities for us to work together to help improve our public safety power shutoff program, otherwise known as PSPS. No worries.
It looked like we were falling into the black hole.
That's
I was trying to grab something.
It's not that dark.
There we
go. Awesome, great. If I can go to the next slide. Awesome. So before I dive too deep into this presentation, and I will be sharing a lot of information, it's a lot to take in, but I just like to take a quick moment to go over safety. That is a priority for our customers and the community. So if you haven't already, please take a moment to survey your current surroundings and identify at least 2 emergency exit routes in the event of an emergency. We just had an earthquake a couple weeks ago, so it's really important to remember to drop, cover, and hold in the event of an earthquake. And then also just make sure that if you are in danger, to please notify emergency services immediately. And I'll also just caveat that by saying, despite the constraints imposed by COVID, I know things are opening back up, which is awesome. But we're still doing everything that we had planned originally to address the threat of catastrophic wildfires in the community, despite those constraints. And it really just reminds us to work even harder to prevent those wildfires and to minimize disruption to the communities and individuals if we do have to call for a PSPS. Next slide, please. So what I'll go ahead and do now is kind of dive into the wildfire risks that we're seeing across PG&E's service area, and then hone in on what we're seeing within El Dorado County specifically. So at PG&E, our most important responsibility is the safety of our customers and the communities. And with that, I think we all understand that California continues to experience an increase in wildfire risk in a longer wildfire season. I think the season actually happened 6 weeks earlier this year than last year. So on this slide, what we're sharing is one of the tools that we use when assessing wildfire risk in the area, which is the Fire Threat Map of California. This map was developed by the California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC, in coordination with CAL FIRE and also the U.S. Forest Service. Also had input from our electric utilities, as well as communication infrastructure providers, and also public safety agencies. This map, what it does, that really helps us plan for potential wildfires and really focuses our prevention efforts. And what you can see on this slide is that nearly 1/3 of our electric lines that provide our customers with power are now in high fire threat areas. And if we hone in on El Dorado County specifically, we really see the impacts of that. Practically 2/3 of the county, maybe even a little more, are either in a tier 2, which is an elevated risk, or a tier 3, which is an extreme risk. I really want to encourage folks to visit this map. People can go to the CPU website to do that. So that web link is a little bit outdated. Unfortunately, the CPUC literally just updated their website before I made this presentation. But what you can do is just Google CPUC fire threat map, and it'll be the first link that pops up. And what people can do is they can actually put their address in the search bar there, and really see where they are within the fire risk areas and kind of get that self-awareness there. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll kind of give a high-level overview of what our community wildfire safety program is about. And really what it does is that it helps strengthen and improve our electric system for the safety of our customers and communities. And it's a multifaceted program, but really there's kind of 4 key areas that we focus on within this program. One of which is supporting our customers and communities before, during, and after PSPS events, really trying to listen to our customers and learning from better data and technology to provide more resources than we have maybe in previous years. Another part of this program is meeting and exceeding state vegetation safety standards with our enhanced vegetation management program. And what this program does is that it really manages the trees and other vegetation that are located near power lines that could cause a wildfire or power outage. Another facet of this program is really just continuing to build a safer and more resilient system. And we do that by hardening lines and installing sectionalizing devices that really help reduce the size and impacts of PSPS. And also testing and using new tools and technologies to help pinpoint how to best prevent and respond to the risk of wildfires. So an example of that would be using LiDAR technology to assess the vegetation in those high density areas to get that information. Next slide, please. Yes. So we do have fire cameras and we do get those alerts. We have a WSOC, which is our Mike, help me out with the
hazard awareness warning.
HAWK. Now it's called HAWK. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
So it's a 24-hour, 7 days a week service, and that we work closely with our PSS partners, and they get those notifications.
Does public get access to those cameras?
Yes, there is public access to those cameras. You can visit it at, I think you can go to our PG&E website at pgne.com/weather.
Okay.
And folks have access to that. There's another way to do it. Mike.
Okay, yeah, because we're actually using Off the Tahoe to alert when public may see something for them to call in. We don't always have that.
Right. Yeah,
Notice it.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's accessible on our website and then also on the website that Mike
Perfect, thank
mentioned as well.
Public safety agencies.
Oh, excuse
also-
me, could you talk into the mic? They can't hear you.
The public safety agencies like CAL FIRE and
Yep.
Camino, they actually have those cameras live in their command center and also
Oh.
monitoring those, and they have the ability to manipulate the cameras and steer and point them,
Right,
and obviously initiate a dispatch as a.
yeah, and that's what they're finding, a lot of these are finding that the public is actually helping to
Yeah,
identify.
absolutely.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
great.
That's
Okay,
great.
perfect. Thank
I
you.
do want to touch on the last bullet too, because I think
Yeah.
that's an enhanced microgrid capability. I want to thank PG&E for all the efforts they've been making recently
Right.
to look at where we need to get the microgridding to keep our local communities of high population, isolated from events that happen further down the line, because that's hugely important for our medical facilities, for people who need power to have medical assisted devices operating, all those kinds of things. So thank you for all that effort, because I know it's a major investment and you just need to continue doing it, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we have about 3 of those in El Dorado County right now. We
Yep.
have it in Georgetown, Pollock Pines, and then also in Placerville as well. So, yeah, absolutely. So I'll just kind of dive back in here. But in regards to what we're doing new in 2021, it's not that different than what we're doing in 2020, but we're really just building upon those initial improvements that we've made. So and this is just kind of overlaying system wide, but we're hardening the electric grid through our system hardening work on 180 circuit miles. We're also addressing vegetation on 1,800 high-risk circuit miles that pose higher potential for wildfire risk through that enhanced vegetation management program. I'm sure we're doing a lot of that in El Dorado County, so I'm sure a lot of folks have seen our contractors out and about doing that important safety work. We're also tracking weather conditions and monitoring wildfires by installing an additional 300 weather stations and 135 high-definition cameras. As far as what we're doing to reduce the size and scope of PSPS, we're installing over 275 additional distribution sectionalizing devices and transmission switches to limit the number of customers that are impacted by those events. And really what that does is that it makes our grid just operationally flexible. So we're able to even do it remotely and sectionalize those distribution lines to help kind of narrow down the scope of PSPS. We're also continuing to improve our weather modeling, and as well as keeping power on in areas that are impacted by PSPS. We're preparing those substations with temporary generation and those microgrids to power key community resources that we mentioned earlier. As far as what we're doing to support customers and communities, we're sending customer notifications in 16 different languages. And we're also providing new address alerts to allow customers and non-customers to sign up to receive PSPS alerts about any address they choose. So for instance, if you had a loved one or a business that's in a high fire risk area and you wanted to get that alert, you can just enter that into the website and be able to get that alert on that address as well. And you don't have to be a PG&E customer to do that. And so with that, I'll go to the next slide. So really, this is kind of an overview of what we're doing specifically in El Dorado County. And anybody has access to this. If you go to pgne.com/wildfire safety, we get quarterly updates on what we're doing within the county. So this is updated once every quarter. And basically what we're doing, and as you can see in 2020, for system hardening, we did 56 line miles. And what system hardening is stronger poles, covered power lines, and in some instances, some targeted undergrounding work. And so for 2021, we have an additional plan of 31 line miles. As far as sectionalizing devices, again, just making our grid that much more operationally flexible. 2020, we did 22 devices. We have a 2021 progress plan of 16 devices, and then 17 additional devices for 2021 as a whole. The EVM program, or Enhanced Vegetation Management, it's a really big focus in this county, 2/3 of the county in high fire risk area. So it's definitely a focus for us to mitigate that risk. So we have 233 done in 2020 with almost an additional 300 or a little less than 300 for 2021. Our community resource center sites, these sites are the areas that provide customers with necessities and some power options if you need to power your cell phone or things like that. We have 18 of those, 5 indoor, 13 outdoor, and that still continues on for 2021. Our weather stations, we have 35 completed for 2020 with 2 additional for 2021. And I'll say we just had a really successful site visit with the city of Placerville just yesterday, going around seeing if there's actual additional sites where we can add additional weather stations. So we're always willing to add those stations because that's where we get our information and data from. So it's really important for us. We want to get that information right. So if you have any recommendations for other areas where we can be doing that, sort of in-person site visits to get that granular weather data, that's really important to us, and we'd be more than welcome to do that.
Actually, so quick question on that, Sarah.
Absolutely.
Do most of the different communities in El Dorado County have their own weather stations, like, the Cameron Park area, Placerville, Georgetown, South County, do those?
Yeah, so there are targeted areas. So it's a widespread net within El Dorado County. And I think there's actually a slide that kind of shows where those might be placed. But in terms of there are some obstructions that are there. So we are not going to be able to get it every single place that's ideal. But really, we're really trying to expand that effort so we can get that crucial information. And for instance, the Placerville Town Center, Placerville has a unique kind of microclimate where you might not see the winds that we're seeing maybe in other places. And so we're really trying to get that granular data. And so yesterday when we did that site walk, we really saw some potential places where we might be able to get those northeasterly winds, which is what we're more concerned about. And we can get that data in a more centralized way and get that focus there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, and as part of the work, once you identify the need for a weather station given unique weather conditions, then do you pair that with then looking at additional microgrids or other things so you can isolate the system to, be able to keep those areas more secure when you do have to shut off the outlying regions?
I mean, it's definitely a focus for us to expand our microgrids. I think that's as the chair mentioned, that's definitely a key sticking point for us in terms of providing those necessities for the communities. So I think that you'll see going forward, that program might actually expand more. But as far as what the weather data that we collect, what that really tells us is how necessary it is to go into the PSPS. That's where we need that crucial data from. So I don't know if that will really expand those, specifically, if that will really expand that effort in particular, but it helps aid that information and kind of getting us where we need to go.
I guess, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to harp on this, but I guess I'm trying to understand your system. Yeah. So because there are regions where weather data might not support a PSPS, but because the lines are such that they go to areas that do require a PSPS because they're on the same system, they would be shut off even though there's not the data to support that.
Right. Yeah. Understood. Yeah. So in terms of where we might install sectionalizing devices or things like that, that might aid in that effort. Yeah.
So, are you looking then based on that data on where you need more sectionalizing devices to then limit the reduction of, power outages to our communities?
Yeah, correct. So it does help us in terms of where we're able to negate PSPS. It helps us get that data to really kind of get on that granular scale of where that weather is really coming in and where that risk really is. So yeah, to your point, it does help us aid in terms of PSPS mitigation overall.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
And before you leave this, one is the line miles there, the vegetation management, because we get complaints for and against it, doesn't matter. And,
Sure.
and you, I know you do too.
Sure.
And so how many line miles do we have in our county? There's, how many were completed through 2020 and then the goal for 2021, but how many do we have? Do you know?
That's a really good question. I don't have that answer. I don't know.
Okay.
Mike, if you have that offhand.
It's about 2,000 miles.
Within the county. Yeah, that first slide. Yeah.
Might as well stand, yeah?
Yeah, right, yeah.
It's right around 2,000 miles.
Okay.
Of high fire risk, or lines in the high fire threat risk areas.
So we have quite a bit of work to do still then.
Yes.
Okay.
And it never ends, right? Because you have to cycle back every, what, 5 years?
Yeah.
Just like any fuels reduction, correct?
Right. But I will say with our enhanced vegetation management program, once they do that enhanced work, then it's our routine work that happens twice a year on an annual basis, that they maintain that work.
Right.
So,
Got it.
yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah,
Might as well just say
one of the
it.
questions-
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
One of the questions I want to know, especially with all the clearing you've done in these easements and stuff, are you also working with DOT because they have places where they're going to be doing a lot of vegetation management too in the easements? So are you guys working, corresponding each other, or?
We correspond and share information, but at this point, I wouldn't say we're directly aligning each other's work.
Yeah.
I think that is an opportunity for the future as we pivot from a more reactionary stance to a longer term strategic planning for, how do we get rid of PSPS? How do we get all of this done, all the work?
Right.
As we begin to roll out a strategic plan, I think that is absolutely the goal, is to start having that collaboration and planning together and using all of our resources for the greater good. We're just turning that corner now. So I think that we share that information. We know where each other's working, but I would love to see it come together.
That'd be good.
Next slide, please. So in regards to our sectionalizing devices to reduce the scope of PSPS, again, what this really does is it limits the numbers of customers that are impacted by PSPS. And so these devices separate the electric grid into smaller parts, allowing us to de-energize the targeted areas during severe weather and fire conditions. And what you can see on this map is where we place some of those sectionalizing devices and sort of planned work for 2021, which I already highlighted previously. Next slide. And in regards to our enhanced vegetation management program, again, I'm sure you've seen a lot of, and like the supervisor said earlier, you receive either good or bad comments regarding this work, but it really is important safety work that we're doing to mitigate that fire risk. And so in 2020, we completed 233 line miles, with another goal of 211 for 2021. And really these improvements include increasing the work verification. Our improvements in this work include improving and increasing work verification and inspections, really creating a centralized team of our risks to address the issues in real time, and piloting ground-based LiDAR technology, like I mentioned earlier, to get a high-level view of where that dense vegetation is and where that risk really is. Next slide, please. So we highlighted this already too, so I won't go that too deep into this, but we do have those distribution microgrids that really help keep the centralized community powered, bringing those necessities like Supervisor Thomas mentioned earlier, fire, police, grocery markets, just an abundance of necessities that are there within that central community. We use these microgrids to keep that power on. And so like I mentioned earlier, we use the Placerville substation where we have temporary generation stage there to keep the main street on. We also have the Georgetown microgrid, which should be coming online this year. And then we also have our Hollow Pines microgrid as well.
I just have to say, I really appreciate that work to keep our businesses open, to keep Marshall Hospital, energized, and to keep that community open so they can supply our community's needs. Really appreciate that work.
Absolutely. Next slide, please. So I won't go too deep into this slide. I feel like everybody by now knows what a public safety power shutoff is, which is fortunate or unfortunate. But I'll just really highlight that we only use this as a last resort. And it's really just always weather driven. And when extreme weather and wildfire risk is present. And also just note that I know it gets confusing when, you might not see the weather right in front of your window outside. But really what it is that because electricity can travel for several miles from generation source to get to your home or business, you may be affected by a PSPS if the electrical infrastructure that serves you is affected by high winds or severe weather. Next slide, please. So with all that being said, I think this is a question that Mike and I get asked pretty frequently. What conditions lead us to a PSPS? So it's kind of a multifaceted approach again, when we have low humidity levels, which generally are 30% and below, a forecast of high winds, which particularly are sustained winds above 20 miles per hour, or wind gusts that are 30 to 40 miles per hour. Also considering the condition of dry material that's on the ground and low moisture content of the vegetation. And the red flag warnings that are declared by the National Weather Service also play a part in this. And our real-time on-the-ground observation from our Wildfire Safety Operations Center and from our crews that are working across the service territory. And I'll just highlight also that this year, our decision-making process is evolving, and to also account for the presence of trees that are tall enough to strike our power lines when determining if a PSPS is necessary. I'll caveat that by also saying that every wildfire season is different. The ongoing drought and conditions will determine the number of times we need to shut off power without compromising our customers' safety. The set criteria is the first step, which may lead to further analysis from our meteorology team, and they ultimately determine if a PSPS event is necessary. Next slide, please. So in terms of how customers are notified, we really do our best to share what we know with our customers when we know it, keeping in mind that the weather conditions are always changing, and as much as we like to think that's predictable, it's really unpredictable. So with that, customers can expect notifications 2 days before an event when we're sort of in a watch mode, 1 day before an event, and then also just before we're about to turn off power when we're absolutely certain that we're going to be in a PSPS. And then after that, they can expect to receive constant updates during a PSPS event, as well as once we finally restore their power. I also just want to note that customers get automated calls, texts, and emails, and I really want to encourage folks to review their contact information, and they can do that by going to pg&e.com/mywildfire alerts, excuse me. There you can update your contact information, but also get those additional notifications on other addresses, and that goes for customers and also non-customers. So it's a really great tool, and I really encourage folks to check that out as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we're doing for customer preparedness and resources, we really are trying to do more to help our customers and communities before, during, and after PSPS events. And a big part of that is partnering with our community-based organizations, working side by side with them to really provide support and resources during PSPS. I already mentioned the 16 language offerings that we offer to provide customer notifications about PSPS, but we're also increasing meal replacement options, collaborating with the CFILC Disability Disaster Access and Resource Program, where we collaborate with them to enable qualifying customers who use electrical medical devices to access backup portable batteries through a grant, lease to own, or financial loan application. And they also provide additional resources through this program, including transportation resources, hotel vouchers, food stipends following a PSPS event. We also have our battery backup program, providing batteries to income qualified medical baseline customers with critical medical needs. And we have a new program this year, which is our generator rebate program, which offers customers who depend on well water pumps and live in high fire threat areas rebates for purchasing a qualified portable power generator. As you can see on this slide, we actually have about 10 partnerships within the county, but really welcome any additional suggestions you all may have in terms of partnering with other community-based organizations. We're always looking to expand our partnerships and really engage within the community. Yeah.
I do have a question on that. I mean, none of those are El Dorado County found organizations except for the El Dorado County or El Dorado Food Bank. I mean, none of the others are our organizations, community organizations. So, I think I would encourage you to look at,
deeper.
Yeah, El Dorado County organizations like, the El Dorado Community Foundation or the.
So I'll say in terms of, this is just specific to PSPS, we do have partnerships outside of PSPS with our with other organizations within the county. So this is just specific to PSPS. But if you have any recommendations for that, I'm more than welcome to listen.
So is this for just getting the word out or for supporting folks in the event of a PSPS?
It's sort of for both. Yeah, it includes both. So like, for instance, the CFILC helps us do outreach to the medical baseline customers, but they also help provide support for transportation and things like that. The El Dorado County Food Bank really helps with those sponsored food replacement options when, bridge goes out and customers need food replacement, that's what they're, we partner with them to provide that service.
Okay, and
Yeah.
one more thing. I did
Absolutely.
notice that you had said that you have 46 counties that are part of a meal replacement program if folks, lose their
Right.
folks in their refrigerators. Is El Dorado County one of those?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great. So might need to give some more thought to other organizations locally that could be helpful to
Yeah,
our
that's a
community.
great point. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So in terms of our generator rebate program that I just mentioned earlier, this is a new program this year. And really the goal of this program is to expand and provide a suite of product offerings to more customers that are impacted by PSPS. This program offers a $300 rebate to all eligible customers and a $500 rebate to eligible customers who are participants in the CARE/FVRA program. And to become eligible for this program, I think it's pretty standard. You need to be a PG&E account holder, but also you need to primarily reside in a tier 2 or tier 3 area to qualify for this program. And then also rely on your well water pump for your water needs.
Right. So basically is what you're saying, the different tiers and stuff.
Yes.
We're talking about like in a lot of the rural areas like Somerset and in those kind of areas and stuff. Especially when, in District 2, there's a lot of, people that live from one end of the county to the other end of the county is what they take care of. But there's a lot of people that are really hurting out in the rural area. So
Yeah,
that program would apply to them, correct?
It would apply if they're in the high fire risk area. I believe
Yeah.
Somerset is. part
Yeah,
of that.
Somerset, definitely.
Yeah.
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 I'll make sure that gets out on my webpage and
Yeah,
stuff like
absolutely.
that. So
I'm
they
happy
know
to share.
that there's a rebate. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
can share that with me, that'd be great.
Absolutely will do. Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Next slide, please. So we also have our Disability Disaster Access and Resource Program that I mentioned earlier. And this partnership provides qualifying customers with targeted outreach and personalized emergency planning support, energy needs assessments, and an in-event public safety power shutoff support. And what that kind of entails is portable batteries, accessible transportation resources during an event, hotel accommodations during event, food stipends following an event, emergency preparedness outreach and education, and also our medical baseline program enrollment outreach. I really encourage folks to visit disabilitydisasteraccess.org or actually contact your local independent living center where they have this information as well. It's a really great resource for folks. And I know there's a focused senior community in this area that I think would really benefit from knowing this information. So yeah, please share it if you can. Next slide, please. So this is something else that's new this year, which is our electric vehicle rescue charging service. And we're really trying to enhance our community resource center sites in El Dorado County with this pilot program. And what it does is that it's a mobile emergency vehicle charging service. And through this solution, customers will be able to charge 15 miles for their electric vehicle at or near a specified community resource center. And we're really using this pilot to increase the resiliency of our electric vehicle customers and test the feasibility for future solutions. So if this program is successful, it could potentially expand to other areas as well. Next slide, please. So I know I just spewed out a whole lot of information, but really this is sort of the key takeaway slide if I had to choose one. I really encourage folks to visit pgne.com/wildfire safety. There you can find everything I've shared, all of our different programs that I talked about, and all of the different resources I mentioned throughout this presentation can be found on that one dedicated website. The other one I'd like to note is also our pgne.com/weather. There you can have access to our live cameras as well as the weather data that we collect in terms of humidity, wind speeds and gusts, and it's a really great resource for folks, and I encourage folks to check that out as well. There's a bunch of other resources that are listed on here that I won't get too deep into, but there's that planning, the planning tool where you can actually work with your family and kids, and the kidsemergencysafety.com is a really great resource to get your children involved in emergency planning. So a lot of this is really great resource, and I encourage folks to check it all out at pgne.com/wildfire safety. And with that, if you want to go to the next slide, that's really all I have to share today. I'm happy to take any additional questions you might have. I know myself, we are your kind of PG&E liaisons, I guess, would be the best way to put it, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Sarah, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very, very good. And, and I'll make sure this gets out on my webpage and stuff so people know where to go to and stuff, especially when the concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also want to thank you. And I do want to let anyone listening who is not within PG&E district, which is up in Lake Tahoe. District 5 is with the Liberty Utilities. And I will be sharing that information, similar information about their PPE wildfire plans, very similar. But thank you. Really appreciate all the information.
So I have a very specific question.
Okay.
So this information was really geared towards support and services during a PSPS.
Yes.
So in Georgetown, they did get a microgrid. Is it online yet?
It's not online yet. I believe the last I heard was that was going to be online by October. I could be
Okay,
wrong
because
about that,
we were
but-
expecting it last year.
Okay.
So, you know, when I know things happen, but when you drive by it, it looks like it's going to work. So, but different question is, so during the extreme heat weather that we had a weekend ago,
Yes.
Georgetown had a power outage. So it's not a PSPS. We had an extreme health alert. I had been told by, is it OES, EMS, one of those S's, the emergency folks,
Yeah.
to send people on the divide to our library. And people actually did go to the library, but then our librarian was calling us on the following Monday, I guess, saying, you know, why wasn't the microgrid charged up and used? And then, well, now I know it's not working, number one, but number two is, when it is operational, can that be used to help? And, you know, when it's an extreme weather situation like that, I was very concerned about everybody's, you know, health and safety on that weekend. And then I go and send people into town and then the power went out. Is there a way we can work towards that when
So-
it's operational?
Yeah, so I'll say this about that. So right now, the microgrids are really just for PSPS, and that's because there's a air quality concern. And so we have an agreement in place with air quality management districts because they're concerned about, we use diesel for our temp generation. And so that's a concern that they don't want us to, you know, initially we actually had it all encompassing for emergencies, like just in general.
Okay.
But what we think is an emergency and what they think an emergency is not necessarily the same.
Okay.
And so they really kind of, our focus now is just for PSPS. If there was a way for us to work with the air quality districts to get that expanded so we can use it, I don't think that would be an issue on our end.
Is that local air quality districts or the state one?
State.
So.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a huge concern, you know, when it was on the health advisory weekend of extreme heat.
Absolutely.
And folks were, you know, seeking shelter and assistance. So, and I honestly need to follow up with the library up there and find out exactly how here comes Carolyn, but not to put her on the spot or anything, but Georgetown managed, they helped folks out. So, and I'm glad to hear that. I love our Georgetown library anyway, everybody knows that. So, but in the future, so gosh, if we want to do something like that, do we need legislation? What do we need to do for the future?
I can get back to you on that. I don't know the details of what would need to take place, but that's sort of the hurdle for us right now in terms of
Okay.
using it outside of.
But originally, your original thought was to use it in all emergencies, which makes more
We
sense.
could potentially have done that.
So,
right.
okay, yeah, I would love to follow up with you on
Yeah,
that and see
absolutely,
what
will
we
do.
could do. Thank you. Good information.
So I'd also like to thank you for the presentation and in particular in the additional information for including the creating defensible space slide.
Yeah.
Because part of our vegetation management program, all of our fire safe councils, we keep trying to educate people on what defensible space means. And so having PG&E support and pushing that out with readyforwildfire.org,
Right.
really appreciate that because the more we collaborate on the communication, the better results we'll get. So very good.
Cool video series on YouTube that PG&E just developed and put out called 7 Saturdays for Safety. And the interactive home safety tours, if you will, on how to do the defensible space.
Okay.
Step by step. So 7 Saturdays for Safety on YouTube is a great resource, and it's one of my PSS partners is the lead role there. So it's real good.
He'll be famous now.
Good.
All right, so Kim, with that, would you open up for public comment, please?
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Individuals will have 3
Laura wants
minutes.
to come up, so we'll have to step aside for a second. She can ask her question and
Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Go.
Good morning, board. Laurel Brempbaum, El Dorado County Chamber. I too wanted to commend PG&E's efforts and the work that they've done, but most especially the 7 Saturdays YouTube. We have posted that on our website for our several thousands of folks that are part of our database. So if you haven't seen that, if you have access to be able to promote that and push that out to your constituency, it's really great, really well done, and great helpful information.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Hey, Ken.
Ken, you're still muted.
Well,
There we
excuse
go.
me. I guess you just well, you know, maybe I should change it. Maybe that costs too much. Maybe, maybe pigs will fly, and maybe PG&E will get a little more responsive. And you know, I see we're heaping them with praise. There's still issues out there, and the PSPS program is going to continue going, no doubt, because I don't know how many of you have watched the Firepower Money series put together by Channel 10 down in Sacramento. It has its own .com or .org address on the internet, such that you could watch these 2 half-hour presentations that they put together. I find it just absolutely amazing that PG&E is still allowed by the state of California, with their blessing, to pay off these victims of, say, the wildfires with their own stock, which, with recent announcements and such, just plummeted another $2 billion in value. I know this is just a little off topic, but really it isn't, because we have our most recent fire that appears to have been started by a distribution line up in Plumas County or Butte County, and now it's spread into 40,000 or so acres, creating its own weather, et cetera, et cetera. It just amazes me that PG&E is still being praised by government agencies for doing a job that should have been done years ago, doing a job that is relatively straightforward. Yes, I've walked power lines before for a subcontractor back in the day with PG&E. I'm familiar with that program. I had extensive work done on my property last year, which is good, but it still is a drop in the bucket, and they are way behind on this program. And there's a lot of catch up to be done, and I hope it does get done. But to kind of let it slide is, I think, bad public policy, bad governance, if you will, and put some heat on these people, and let them know that, you know, they got to get this done, because it's their system that's causing these problems, and it's their neglect of these systems that is causing these problems. Thank you very much, Ben. Yeah, you bet.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'll offer the opportunity to respond if you choose, but you certainly don't have to. So.
Thank you for that public comment. I will just say that there's always opportunities for us to be doing better. You know, I know we have a long history of improvement, And so we are currently undertaking that. Our new CEO, Patty Poppy, is all about leading with love. I know that was mentioned previously by the probation office, which is an amazing institution, by the way. Congrats. But that is sort of our new motto going into this, and really kind of being in your backyard, being part of the hometown. And so we're really trying to do that. It will take a lot of more work on our effort and on our part, and our efforts are there. And then, Mike, I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Since January, our company has changed leadership from the top and at a lot of levels of the company, leading with love, bringing it home to our communities. Those weren't just words, they're actually happening right now. We are regionalizing the company into smaller, regional, so they can be more responsive and more available to answer questions or solve problems and issues. We've also developed and implemented a wildfire safety operations center where we brought all emergency preparedness response types lines of business with the company under one roof in San Ramon, right next to our hazard awareness center. So we can stand up our EOC and we can make decisions, the right decisions, as quickly as possible. So there are internal changes that are happening that are real. And then also looking forward, those long-term strategies are to be developed right now with real money behind them to get lines underground and to make things more safe. So it is happening, but we're talking about 100,000 miles of power lines, and that is a big ship to turn. And we're trying to pivot just like everybody else with the changing wildfire conditions. It's just a big boat, but we're turning. So we want to do better, and I see and feel that effort every day coming to work. And so we're here to answer your questions, solve problems, and bring it. We don't know what we don't know, and that's the purpose of this collaboration. So
I want to thank Sarah and Mike again for the presentation and the commentary. And yeah, let's just keep working together. The more we do together, the better success we're going to have. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any concerns, reach out to us because we're always there. So
Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Tara, I need a quick break, please.
Okay, do you want to take 10 minutes, 5 minutes? What do you want?
5's awesome.
5 minutes, 5 minutes. So we will be back at 10:57-ish. Thank you.
good, I gotta get rid of this.
Okay, we are back, and I would like to move back to department matters, item 15, before we go to our 11 a.m., because I don't think item 15 will take that long. So Kim, if you'd read that, please.
Item 15 comes from Human Resources Risk Management Division, recommending the board approve insurance coverage and programs and authorize the Human Resources Department Risk Management Division to sign and approve all documents required to secure continued insurance cover and programs.
Welcome, Joey.
Good morning, Board. Joey Caresco, Director of Human Resources. Yes, item 15, we are at that point in the year where we are re-upping our insurance for this fiscal year. It is slightly over $7 million, which is a significant amount of money. In totality, it's about a 3% increase over last fiscal year, a little over $200,000 total. I did submit a memo to the board to attempt to articulate some of the main reasons for the increase in several of our policies for this year. They're really social inflation, civil unrest, things going on in society that impact our rates, higher jury awards, and finally, wildfires and other natural disasters are the primary causes for the increases this year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about our renewals. I also have with me Mike Anderson, who's the county's risk manager, who's available if there's some specific questions that I can't answer.
Joey, the question I have is how much is the increase from last year? Is it, can you get a percentage or?
Yeah, it's just about 3%.
About 3%?
200, I think $210,000.
Okay.
Roughly.
I had a question, Joey. What kind of insurance do we have for leased properties? I see this covers county properties, but do we have an insurance? Because we do have quite a few leased properties.
We do. I believe that's under our property coverage.
Please come forward, Mike. Yeah.
This is county property out there.
I am Mike Anderson. Our lease properties are covered under our property program.
They are. Okay. Okay. It's all said in here, we're county properties, but okay, good. Thank you.
And just curious is, I'm not super duper familiar with this, like no deep dive kind of info. But is this something that you can shop around for, or are we just kind of at the mercy of this?
We can shop around. We use Prism. It's a pooled company that virtually every county in the state participates in. So I think that we're really doing well by using Prism. And I think we would be hard pressed to find a better deal outside of Prism, honestly.
That's what I was wondering. So
Right.
thank you for
Sure.
that.
District 3, Wendy.
Good morning.
Morning.
I had a question. I noticed that it covers us for cybersecurity. Can you talk a little bit about, how does that cover us and what does that coverage look like? And, is that there's a lot of activity in that area, and I know there's a lot of risk to counties and local government. So I'm sure coverage has gone up on that, perhaps.
It has substantially. Government entities are more susceptible than private industry to cyber attacks. There's been a few really large scale government attacks in the United States over the last couple of years. And that's just coupled with the fact that the ransom demands from these attacks they used to be in the hundreds of thousands, now they're in the millions of dollars. It's really it's the word, kind of a supply and demand. There's fewer companies offering this insurance. More people need this type of coverage.
So this would cover us in the event of a very unfortunate event that would perhaps involve ransom.
Absolutely. If someone hacked into the county's software and got confidential data was extracted, that would cover us.
Hate to ask that, but that's good to know we're covered.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a liability of 3 million.
Yeah, so it would cover us up to 3 million. So I know Tanya could speak to all the other mitigation techniques that we do need for IT.
Yeah.
So is it 3 million per incident or 3 million total in a year? Do you know?
It's per occurrence.
Per occurrence. Okay.
Okay, good.
All right. Very good. That's good to
Thank you.
know.
Yeah.
Because you can have multiple occurrences in a given
Right,
period of
right,
time. It's just
right.
bam, bam, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and if I'm wrong, I'll get back to you. That's just right off the top of my head.
all right, thank you, Mike. So, Joey, I want to say, I'm impressed that the insurance is only going up 3%, because
Yeah,
I know
yeah, that's-
every time I get a new policy statement for homeowners insurance, for car insurance, whatever, it's a whole lot more than 3%. So I think we're doing really well. And so I think Prism is probably a good provider. We've got a long history with them, and the pooling, I really like that aspect of it. So yeah, I'm pleased that it's only 3%, given the percentages of some of those incremental things you were looking at. In total, I think it's been very well managed, and we just need to stay the course. That's where I am with it.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much for doing that.
Absolutely.
Keeping up the hard work.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
With that, Kim, would you open up for public comment, please?
Now taking public comment on item number 15. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment in the room or through Zoom.
Very good. So again,
You-
thank you, gentlemen. So
you
let's
too,
see, do we need an action
Second.
on this one?
You already got it.
Second.
Got it.
We did it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We needed the,
Wendy.
you're moving ahead of Kim, so
Sorry.
slow down a little bit,
Joey.
okay? All right. Coffee or caffeine or something. So, anyway, all right, so motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the presentation, and
Did you say aye, John? I don't
did.
think, did you?
Yeah.
Okay,
I did.
all right.
Said aye.
I couldn't hear you, so.
Okay.
Can't go faster than the
I
chair.
said aye. I said aye. Okay, with that,
All right.
Kim, I think we're ready to take on our 11 a.m. at this point. So if you would read that, please. It's item number 17.
Item number 17 is a hearing from the Library Department recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment service charges for zone of benefit D within County Service Area 10 for library services at Cameron Park Library, and 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. Supervisor Heidel, will you please open the public hearing?
I hereby open the public hearing.
Good morning. I am Carolyn Brooks, the Director of Library Services, and I'm here to participate in this open hearing. I wanted to let you know that the benefit assessment for the Cameron Park Library has been in place and unchanged since 1994.
Which means we're continuing to offer services without getting any additional revenues to pay for those services. So, yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what that means. Have any public comment on it? I didn't have
Do we have
anything
board
further
comment,
to
first of
share.
all? Any
board-
questions or comments relative to?
No, it sounded pretty-
The only comment that I have, it's, is the library going to open up earlier enough, especially when school gets back, so a lot of the high school kids can use and function the library?
So our current Cameron Park Library hours are all back to normal Monday through Friday. The only piece we haven't added back after COVID is the once a month on Saturday. Our staffing levels aren't back up yet to allow that. But all of our school hours, all of our regular times that we're open are in place. We do have 2 nights a week there that we're open till 7, so that the students can come in after they're done with school and know what their assignments are. We also have the Eldorado Hills Library open on Saturdays in case something comes up on a Saturday, because sometimes our kids aren't right on the ball and go right after
Yeah,
school and
okay.
tell mom Saturday morning, oh yeah, I need this book for this report. I do dream of Sunday being open on Sundays at my sites, but that's a dream. We'll work towards it. I've got to find some funding, some sustainable funding first.
Yeah, because one of the things I want to put this on my webpage and stuff, and so that people would know when the library opens up and when it closes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have now been open over a year during the pandemic, and we are still seeing notices of libraries just opening to the public. I'm so proud of my staff. They have been just incredible, making sure we provided service to our communities this past year.
And then as the library hours change, you update the county website. So I'm thinking, George, that'd be the best thing to
Right,
share so that you're sending people to the current information, and not publishing stagnant information because it changes.
And I'll also make sure and notify you when we can add that Saturday back in. I'll notify you directly so that you'll know.
Okay,
when that
sounds
happens.
good. Thank you.
Pretty remarkable. The benefit of assessment has just been in place since 1994. It's always challenging, but Cameron Park Library is such a nice library. Just a really. It's a
All of
wonderful
our
community.
libraries are
Yes,
nice
they are.
libraries.
They are, but yeah, it's a really, but we're talking about this
Oh,
one right now. We're talking about this.
They're
one. It's
true
just a
hubs of
really
the
nice-
community.
they
Come
are.
on.
Community asset.
Okay, I think we're back to the board for public comment, excuse me. We
Now
had
taking
none the
public-
last time around. I'm not seeing any here, but go ahead,
Now
please.
taking public comment on item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment in the room or through Zoom.
Very good.
I'll move.
Move. We have a second?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming that concludes the public hearing.
Yes, I would like to
Oh,
close the
yes.
public hearing. Thank you. I would close the public hearing. Thank you. And at this point, I think we can talk about doing a closed session item
That's a good idea.
prior to getting our one closed session item prior to lunch. And then we could possibly even do who's and froms, but let's so focus on the closed session. Is that what we want to do, or you want to do? Okay, because I'm not sure timeline on the closed session. Short, right?
It should be relatively brief.
Okay,
Yeah.
since we got 10 minutes on here, so then we would come back here and do twos and froms, or you want to just take an early lunch break? What's your pleasure?
Early and lunch break sounds good.
I'm wondering if we should do two and froms now and then go to closed session and then we're off to
Yeah,
lunch until
there you go.
1
That actually
PM.
makes more sense.
Okay. All right, so who is ready?
I think I could be ready in 2 shakes. here.
Okay, we'll give you 2
And
shakes.
it was short anyway, because
Yes, right.
it was only 1 week, because
Yes.
we've had bazillions of meetings lately. It's like, let's see, here we go.
District 4, go.
All right, Wednesday, the 14th, we had our first fair ad hoc meeting of the year. So hopefully we'll be bringing some stuff to the board sometime soon. I think we're quite ready, but we're working on it. Last Thursday, the 15th, I was part of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy board meeting, and staff had prepared 15 shovel-ready projects for us to review because there was $19 million of early action wildfire and forest resilience money from the state. And we approved all 15, and 2 of the projects are actually in El Dorado County. So it was good to see the money was spread around pretty good. And then that evening, I did attend, I think many of us were there, the legislative reception that was hosted by our chambers. And I just really appreciated the opportunity to network with our local leaders and policymakers. I actually got a lot of work done that night. It was a good opportunity. Friday, of course, we had a good governance workshop. On Saturday, I went up to Volcanoville, Bear State Property Owners Association and the Fire Safe Council had their annual picnic. It was fabulous to see everybody. It's been so long. And I did want to share with you the sheriff presented information. There's a bunch of speakers. I got to give them an update, but the sheriff mentioned there's been a lot of concern about emergency notifications in the more remote rural areas of the county, because especially when there's power outages, it just doesn't always work. And so he's looking into, I believe, so don't quote me on this, but my understanding is it's something that's being piloted in Butte County. It's some kind of a FM radio system, which I appreciated that he's looking into it, because I actually have had constituents recommend we look into something like that. So I'm really hopeful that it turns out to be something useful. And I'm imagining we have like roadside signs, say tune into for emergency, something like that. So that aren't reliant on all our devices. So looking forward to more information on that. And then yesterday morning, Taxpayers Association and our auditor controller, Joe Harn, was the guest speaker. And if you've never seen Joe speak, you should. It's fun. And then after that, I came over for He's probably gonna text me something funny now. And then our joint meeting yesterday was really productive and I appreciated it. And that's it.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll
District
start.
5, please.
Thank
Yep.
you. Thank you. So just one big meeting. We had a town hall meeting last Thursday for the traffic in Myers. Department of Transportation, Raphael led the charge, and I want to say it was very successful. We spoke about the data that we've collected so far and information, and had a lot of great feedback from our constituents up in Tahoe. We'll be coming back again after Labor Day, and because this is a pilot program to see how it works, but had some success and some questions. And so we'll come back after Labor Day to kind of take a look of and decide the direction and next steps. But all in all, I think people are very pleased that we are trying as hard as we can to acknowledge the fact that we have a lot of traffic coming through our county roads because of the backups on the highways. So trying to address it as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3.
All right, thank you. Had quite a few constituent meetings over this last week. Enjoyed meet and greet with our HR director. Always enjoy talking with him. Also enjoyed the legislative reception. That was a great chance to meet with our legislators and talk state issues, federal issues, as well as community issues. So I appreciated that. Spent lots of prep time, of course, on our 3 mega meetings we've had the last 3 days. And I really enjoyed our good governance workshop. I enjoyed the dialogue and the facilitation. I think we made, a lot of progress, as well as a joint session with the Planning Commission yesterday. I really enjoyed that. So workshops are a great time to dig in and to be able to have, conversations, which we don't often get to have on topics. So those were just really, really worthwhile. And a community announcement that just got an email that starting Sunday, July 18th, if you're going up to Tahoe through the Camino Safety Project, traffic will be shut down to 1 lane direct each way for 20 consecutive days, excluding weekends. The pledge from Caltrans is they will always leave both lanes, open on weekends, which is Friday through Sunday, Monday. Yeah. So just the next 20 days, starting July 18th, 1-way traffic each way. So that's all I have.
Very good. District 2.
We had a meeting with Raphael about some of the different DOT projects that are going on. Also had a ride along with Brian Mullins. I look forward to that every Friday. It's kind of neat because he's especially constituents' concerns, so we can drive around and I can see him firsthand. So that helps me understand what's going on. Also had a meeting with Dave Livingston and then also Don Aston. We had the county fair ad hoc committee. It was very good. Some of the things are moving forward and there's some ideas that's out there and stuff like that. We're going to present here to the board here soon. That'll help us help the county. So I think it was very good. It was also nice talking to Congressman McClintock and Assemblyman Frank Bigelow. And when we had that dinner and stuff, that meet and greet, and I thought that was very, very good. Also, I was at the taxpayers. Also, I got there kind of late and stuff, and hearing Joe speak. Anyway, it is something. Let me tell you. Anyway, the way he jokes around is pretty funny. So anyway, and also John and I, we had that 2+2 with
2x2, yep,
the
yep.
2x2 actually down and discussing some of the road issues and stuff in the golf course and the lighting district, the lighting issues that are going on with in El Dorado Hills. So I thought that was very good. And then also I had a town hall meeting in Mount Occam Grange that went off really well. It was talking about a lot of the insurance issues and stuff. And basically I told a lot of those people, they need to reach out to the insurance commissioner because it is not a fair plan. It's not that he talks about it. He even admitted it and stuff. So those people need to reach out to get these insurance rates lowered. So that's why I pushed it, and they were really excited about it. Went very well. There was probably 80 to 100 people there. So it was really well organized. I gotta reach out for Scott Tilfer, he's the one that put that on. So thank you, Scott, for doing that. I really appreciate it. I know he's probably listening in. So anyway, that's pretty much it right there. So anyway,
Thank you, George. For my report on Thursday, the 15th, Pioneer Energy held their board meeting. And I'm pleased to report that they had 12 applicants for the advisory committee. So assuming that they're all valid applicants, it sounds like they will be able to announce the appointments in those, and so we'll know the distribution, who represents El Dorado County, who represents the city of Placerville. But I know of at least 3 applicants personally who submitted, so I think we'll have our representation, and I think that's, it's going to move us in the right direction. So that's all very good. It was already mentioned, the El Dorado County Chamber Legislative Reception. I too enjoyed that. That's always a good conversation and getting to mix and mingle with people and getting their inputs. And the Good Governance Workshop was mentioned. The 2x2 was mentioned. I do want to note that Rafael Martinez attended, so that we could talk some of the specifics of roads and maintenance and things like what we need to do to advance an agreement with the El Dorado Hills CSD for maintenance of our bike paths that are in El Dorado Hills. The CSD is willing to do that, and that would include things like trash cans and collection and the dog, what do you want to call them? Stations, we can pick up the bags and that sort of thing and leave the debris. And so all of those things are still a work in progress. The most significant thing to me that came out of it is we got agreement from the CSD that they will include in their planning a roundabout at the Bridlewood entrance. So from a planning purposes, they're on board with doing that. If their plan shows that, even though there's no firm commitment beyond that, that should, allow us then to submit money, an application for grant monies. And this would be Air Quality Management District, AQMD type of grants, air quality grants, which are easier to attain. So I think that will end up funding probably 80% or something like that of the costs of that roundabout, recognizing the Parker Development's contributed. They've signed up, I think it's 200,000. The Bridlewood community is willing to participate. So I think we finally got everybody to come together on that, and we're able to move forward. So I think that was a major
it was a great
improvement.
meeting.
And then there were
Great
some
meeting.
other things that we talked about access of the property. That's one of the parks that's being proposed south of the business park, and how we would get right of way. So a lot of good dialogue, a lot of things that got started, and I look forward to future conversations on that. And then obviously the special meeting that we had on housing element with the joint meeting with the PC. I enjoyed that discussion. And I think we're continuing to learn on what needs to go in the housing element. So I just remind everybody, we need to do our write-ups on the measures. If we think there's some keywords, and I saw where that some of that's been submitted already. We just need to make sure that gets to CJ, and then we'll have our fingerprint, our inputs into it. And that's really where we can be most influential, I think, at this point in terms of setting those. So I'm done with that. Any go backs from any board members? Seeing none. Laura, would you like to represent the CAO?
Yes, I actually do have one update for you.
Okay.
As a reminder, at your July 13th meeting, the board directed staff to schedule a 2x2 with the city of Placerville, and also schedule a joint board city of Placerville meeting. Due to the availability of representatives from the city, the 2x2 has been scheduled for August 6th. And with the concurrence of the city, a joint meeting will be scheduled if necessary after that 2x2.
And I do have one go back, and that is relative to the legislative reception. It was co-sponsored by the El Dorado Hills Chamber as well. So I want to make mention of that both chambers collaborated, put that together. And again, it was a great event. So with that, I think we're ready to move into closed session, and we can obviously take a break before we do that if you'd like. And then we have the one item, but we do need to allow public comment for that. So Kim, if you would read that.
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you'll be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment from the room or through Zoom.
Very good. Thank you. So with that, we will recess into closed session, take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay. All right, very good. So we are back from our lunch break and ready to resume our discussions. 1 p.m. is our open forum time allocation. So this is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on subject matter that is not part of the meeting agenda and within their jurisdiction. Public comments during open forum are limited to 3 minutes per person. The total amount of time reserved for open forum is 20 minutes. And Kim, if you would give us, based upon yesterday's discussion, advisory at 2.5 minutes, since we don't have a clock out there that the speakers can kind of monitor.
Sure, I'll go ahead. Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. You'll be notified at 2.5 minutes that you have 30 seconds left. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Oh, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. First of all, I want to apologize for being ornery yesterday.
No.
Let me finish, okay. Some things get me going. And yesterday, certainly because of how long we did it, about 4 hours, talking about something extremely important to all of us in different ways. I just got frustrated, I think, because of the length when it seemed like we were repeating things. But at the same time, Supervisor Heidel, you being chair, I apologize, it's your call and I shouldn't have challenged you on it. So I wanted to start by saying that. That's my open forum comment about what happened yesterday. Now let's go forward. I wanted to let you know, because I'm an appointee on the CDAC, Community and Economic Development, we have to take classes. And so I wanted the public to know that you can get certificates then because you take these classes. Now, this first one I wanted to say is AB 1234, which is our ethics training, 2 hours minimum. It's online, but if you try to go fast, it keeps telling you, challenging you, you got to slow down. Go read something that you've already read. So anyway, minimum of 2 hours. The other one is workplace violence. And that's been in the news because of Southern California and what happened with, I believe it was either FedEx or UPS, that gentleman. And the fact that there's stages of workplace violence, 3 stages, and he was definitely the 3rd stage. That means that something failed to happen. But I'm also saying that we have to deal with that in our local government here, because it isn't always going well from a mental health perspective. And we just got to be conscious of it. For step 1, you can deal with it, just the challenge of day-to-day work and letting somebody know that they care, that we care, you care. That's pretty much what I wanted to say is that there is training available to us. This is Vector Solutions. The county has that contract, and they, they're constantly telling us, well, you haven't finished your class, you better finish it. And thank you. And in that regard, ethics, let me just talk a little bit about ethics. Ethics is more than legal. It's more than turning to county council and saying, is this legal? Ethics has to do with the transparency of anything that we do. I just want to say to you, be conscious of that, because it's not always county council that can help. Sometimes it has to be our ethical values and our transparency in making decisions. And I heard we're going to get a timer again back in someday.
We'll work it out. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, because it would help me better gauge my time. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Krista. I'm going to start by reading some quotes, so bear with me because it all makes sense at the end. If a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so. Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson also said, I predict future happiness for Americans if they can prevent the government from wasting the labors of the people under the pretense of taking care of them. Where have you heard that before? James Madison, there are more instances of the abridgment of freedom of the people by gradual and silent encroachments from those in power than by violent and sudden usurpation. Jefferson also stated, the laws are merely the tools of the tyrant. So tyranny. Tyranny is defined as dominance through threat of punishment and violence, oppressive rule, abuse of government, cruelty, and injustice. Government is not the solution of the problem. Government is the problem. Ronald Reagan. So I'm talking a lot about government. I'm trying to make a point. I feel like the wheels have kind of come off here and we need to put it back together. And when we were at the masking, the meeting with the masking resolution, there was a comment made comparing wearing masks to, or making people wear masks that's comparable to making people wear a seatbelt or wear a helmet. And that's an example of what people think, that stuff's constitutional, that that's lawful. Government comes from the people. So the people are the higher power. The people made the state government, and then the states made the federal government. So ultimately, government cannot do more than what I as a person can do. So an example, I can't tell my neighbor to mow their lawn every Friday. I can't tell my neighbor in order to leave his house, he needs to put on a mask. I can't tell my neighbor in order to live next to me, he needs to be vaccinated. So if I can't do it, government can't do it. So what's the purpose of government? Government is there to secure the rights of the people. So that's clearly outlined in the oath that all public officials take. And so by living up to your oath, you're securing the rights of the people, which is what the Constitution is there for. When you violate your oath, then that will be akin to perjury. Government can't create law. There are checks and balances, or I should say the governor can't create law. There's checks and balances for that. That comes from the legislative branch. So same with executive orders. That's not going through the executive branch. The declaration of emergency to the state, there's nothing in the Constitution to state that overrides people's rights and freedoms and constitutional rights. According to Article 6 of the Supremacy Clause, all laws must be made pursuant to the Constitution. Any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void on its face and of no force. So I guess what I'm wanting from the supervisors is to know that they're going to look at, I'm sorry, I'm almost done, that they're going to look at laws that the state's rolling out through the different agencies and decide for themselves if they're constitutional or not, because that's what your job is to make that decision. We, the people, aren't going to just do as we're told, and we want the board to stand with us. We want people's rights to be protected. This is going to be a really ugly fight, and it's going to be tough, but we need to take the state back. County by county, we will take the state back. So we hope to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Bradley, and I've been a resident of El Dorado County for a couple of years now. I'm a very private person who moved here to retire and live a quiet life. Turns out God had other plans for me. I've always been terrified of public speaking, so bear with me. But I'm even now terrified about what I see happening across this country. I have a duty as a citizen to protect this country and our Constitution, and I will stand here before you as long as it takes to make sure that that happens. A war is being waged against the people. It is a war against families, faith, farmers, small businesses, and middle America. It is an information war, and we are being constantly bombarded with propaganda and deliberate misinformation to the point where many of us aren't even able to make good decisions to protect ourselves, our families, and our community. We are fed constant fear and intimidation, but we are given very few facts, including from this board. I've reached out to politicians at every level with my concerns, and most of you in this room. and have received little to no response. It is your job to represent us, not rule over us. Our rights are being obliterated in the name of public safety. I am a conservative, law-abiding citizen, yet I have been identified as an extremist. On social media, I've been censored on multiple platforms just for exercising my right to free speech. Joe Biden says if we don't choose to be part of his experiment or our experiment on COVID treatment, he's going to send strike teams to our home to coerce us into doing so. He's labeling unvaccinated dangerous, even though there are effective treatments such as HCQ and ivermectin. Nobody had to die. Information for these treatments was suppressed deliberately in order to force this vaccine. There are already tens of thousands of documented cases of adverse reactions, including death. A lawsuit was just filed by America's frontline doctors alleging there have been more than 45,000 deaths from this vaccine within 3 days of the shot. This information is being hidden from the public and by the media and by the government. We are already seeing COVID passports being used in other countries, France, the UK, Greece. They're required for travel, attending public events, even to get groceries. This tyranny will not come to us from the government because in America, we're still free on paper. Thank you. But it will be ushered in by companies like Walmart and McDonald's, American Airlines, and Bank of America. What is the real agenda here? It's clear to me this is not about health. It is about control. The so-called vaccine has not been proven effective. It's not safety tested and it's not FDA approved. Any business who's guilty or who is requiring this is guilty of medical discrimination. Whatever happened to my body, my choice? Thank you, I'm almost done. Who's going to protect me when the strike teams come to my house? Who's going to protect me when I'm not allowed to get groceries, gas, or healthcare? What are you going to do when employers start forcing people or schools start forcing people? 15 days of flatten the curve has turned into over a year that has flattened our economy and our freedom. Tyranny is here, and it's past time for this board to stand up for our Constitution and the God-given rights of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Before I begin, I request 5 minutes to exercise my First Amendment rights.
We are not going to allow 5 minutes. We have a 3-minute
I do
limit.
not yield my sovereignty to you. or
Nobody's
anybody
asking you
else.
to.
I do not ask, I do not yield my sovereignty. Madam Clerk, you may begin the time now. Censorship of any kind in a free society is simply wrong. If you think that governmental suppression, censorship, manipulation, and propaganda only happen in other countries, then you're either not paying attention, or are you complacent, or you're part of the problem. During the Unmask Our Kids rally on June 29th, John Heidel unlawfully restricted audience applause. The Brown Act states, quote, care must be given to avoid violating the speech right of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. Applause is a form of expression protected by the First Amendment. So on July 1st, I contacted Kim Dawson, asking her, the person directly responsible for managing the audio during BOS meetings, in particular, the muting of applause during the June 29th agenda items. Kim replied, quote, the audio system the board uses cannot mute the audience applauding. The entire room would need to be muted, which was not done. I am the person who controls the audio and the cameras during the meeting. If you have any additional questions, please let me know, end quote. It was glaringly evident that the entire room was indeed muted. In other words, Kim lied. The Board of Supervisors is comprised of liberals and one rhino who claims to be a pastor. Yet all 5 of you pretend to abide by the good governance manual, which states in part, quote,
Whether the board, in board chambers or out in the community or at home, supervisors are always stewards of the county. The integrity of the county is dependent upon the responsible and professional manner in which each supervisor and the board of supervisors collectively fulfills its governance roles and responsibilities. Board of Supervisors meetings are business meetings of the board held in public. It is the policy of the board that the public input to the board is encouraged. The board is committed to transparency in all of its governance activities. However, it is essential that the board operate in a consistent and professional manner in order to accomplish the business of El Dorado County, as well as be respectful of staff time, consistent with the Ralph M. Brown Act, and in order to produce equal treatment to all, the board may adopt reasonable rules and regulations regarding public input. Individuals authorized by organizations to speak to organizational positions may request additional time up to 5 minutes. Additionally, the core values of integrity states doing what is right legally and morally at all times, regardless of whether or not someone is watching. I have not yet received a response from Kim whether someone else might have been responsible for muting the entire room during the June 29th BOS meeting, items 41 and 43. Yesterday, I again contacted Kim. Unless I hear immediately from you, then it is reasonable to conclude that you are the person who was responsible for violating the Brown Act rights of the people and your constitutional oaths of office.
Please wrap it up, Melody.
I am. Refer to U.S. Government Code Title 18, Sections 241 and 242. See also U.S. versus Tweel. Silence can only be equated with fraud where there is a legal or moral duty to speak or where an inquiry left unanswered would be intentionally misleading.
Thank you.
For the record, the people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. Meanwhile, you all arrogantly sit around with your thumbs up your butts, hypocritically pretending.
You know what?
governance.
That's enough, Melody. Cut her mic. We're done.
Insult
You guys take a
citizens'
All right,
liberties
let's
and
recess the meeting. We're not going to
violate
take that
your
kind of language here.
constitutional oaths of office.
We're going to take
You are public servants.
Before we start taking public comment from Zoom, is there anyone else in the room who would like to make a public comment?
And again, I'm going to announce we've limited it to 3 minutes each, please. We can have that discussion offline because that's not what my understanding is per legal counsel. So let's leave it at that. I don't want to back and forth,
I'm sorry, can I start taking public comment from Zoom?
please. Well, is there anybody else in the room that wants to make public comment at this point? You can't come up twice. Is there anybody else who wants to make public comment before we go to Zoom? Okay, please open it up for Zoom.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Sorry about that delay. Ken Greenwood, District 2, calling in, zooming in, if you will, with respect to the Snows Road Cellular or WTF site. I'm glad to see that the temporary power poles have been removed. I'm glad to see that the road has been halfway paved. However, then that kind of sets the stage for what's still wrong out there, that the road is not fully paved down to Clouds Rest and the gate that accesses or prevents access to this site. I just have to wonder why it took 6 months to get something done that only took 2 weeks. And I'll have to just bring that back to the board. I'll bring that back to the planning department. I'll bring that back to the building department. I filed official complaints with them back then. Okay. And if nothing else, inquiries. And I don't understand why we have to force these subdivisions of the county to county government to get their job done. I wonder why AT&T is operating this tower, which I believe they are, in violation of county ordinance, and therefore they are operating it in violation of federal law. They're getting money for this. They're getting subsidy for this. And I don't get it. Why are we enabling fraud to be committed against the United States government? It just blows my mind. I can't believe it. Harkening back to what somebody else said earlier in this forum, last night on PBS, there was the Ronald Reagan American Experience. And it was a reminder that, in fact, government is not the problem, or government is the problem, or the solution to the problem. And it reminds me of how this man incredibly, literally saved
Comment at 2.5
the world.
minutes.
And that means 30 seconds more. Anyway, and the detente opportunities that he did with Mr. Gorbachev and challenging him to tear down this wall, and they did. It happened. He changed the world. Yeah, we got into this horrible deficit spending, but you know what? It sure beats incineration by nuclear Armageddon. And I just encourage each of you on the podium there, on the board, to watch this. Watch this episode and learn from Ronald Reagan that we need to take bold steps. There needs to be consequences for people's actions. Thank you very much. And that would include AT&T.
Now taking public comment from Gary Martin. Gary, can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you. My name is Gary Martin. I live in District 2. Mr. Turnbull is my representative, and I'd like to thank him for the efforts he's given. I'm going to speak to the Dollar General store today. Also, I'd like to thank you for being patient with the previous speaker whose comments were a bit belligerent, and I'd also like you to know that there are people out here that consider the COVID-19 situation a health and safety issue. I just needed to comment to that event that just occurred. To move along, like I said, I'm going to speak to the Dollar General store, and I'd like to reiterate, I am a member of Keep Somerset Rural, which is at keepsomersetrural.com. I am a member of that group, and I just wanted to reiterate quickly, with the property in question at the corner of D16 and Fairplay Road, there are water, septic issues, traffic issues, harm to existing buildings and businesses, excuse me, and architectural design issues. But I really want to speak to what the community needs. There is a longtime resident of 40 plus years. I remember many meetings in living rooms of Lori Brown and Brian Fitzpatrick, where we wanted this area to be developed into a wine area. We did accomplish that with Brian Fitzpatrick's efforts to convert this area to an AVA, an American viticulture area. The Dollar General store, according to a study done by the Institute for Local Reliance, the Dollar General store tends to create fewer and lower wage jobs than independent grocers. The report claims that the Dollar General stores stifle local competition, thereby hurting communities they are serving. And this is from the Institute of Local Reliance. You can find them on the web. They're a solid organization. And again, just to point out the corporation that Dollar General is, on April 30th of 2001, Dollar General was liable for making false statements or failing to disclose adverse facts about the company's financial results, and they had to pay $162 million in a settlement. On November 14th, again, Dollar General store was in violation of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration following an inspection in Brooklyn in Mississippi. By contrast,
2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. By contrast, I was at a public hearing where Mr. and Mrs. Rossi exampled their property at Four Corners that they bought. And what they did was, the first thing is they donated a heliport to the Pioneer Union Fire District, installed 4 water tanks for the community, and developed an architecturally pleasant design for their building that will house businesses and have an event area for the community.
Comment at 3 minutes.
Okay, and just in closing, I respectfully request that you stop the development of Dollar General. The model for what we want is at Four Corners, and thank you very much for your service as supervisors.
Thank you, Gary.
Now taking public comment from Christina Cowherd.
Hello, this is Christina Cowherd, and I live on El Dorado County. And I'm just here to invite everybody that is on this call to join in a 50 states discussion of what it means to be a de jure form of government rather than a de facto form of government. The conversation will take place starting August 30th, and you can find out more information by going to dejureforsure.com. That's DEJURE4SUR.com, and have a very blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good afternoon, board. This is the day the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in him. And I get an amen, even if it's silent. You all are doing a great job with many, many different areas. I was privileged, I ran a little long, but it was exhilarating to be at 4 hours of the Planning Commission and the every 8-year required housing element discussion and perusal yesterday. I was excited and very encouraged to hear that the previous 8-year housing element, this is for what housing will look like in the county for the future 8 years. From 2013's housing element was a statement: we are committed as a county and supervisors in the next 10 years to eliminate homelessness in El Dorado County. Now, you all and I and everyone who pays attention to the housing crisis know that the point in time count actually increased to 612 in the county. There was a perceived resistance by the Planning Commission and the commissioners and their lead person whenever you as supervisors spoke up toward a tiny house village, toward low barrier navigation center. There was positive comment from the supervisors, but there was negative input from the Planning Commission. I want to encourage you that you do not work for them. They work for you. The Planning Commission and JC and all of them and Rob all work for the county. There is a crisis in the county, and you as leaders, as our supervisors, need to put something in writing in the housing element that speaks something like this. We are committed to a brick and mortar shelter, navigation center, or homeless shelter year-round with services attached, with financing for the next 5 years. The Planning Commission must do what you say. You need to require them to provide you a written description with all of the legal barriers to jump to make it
Public
happen.
comment at 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Will we remain the only one of California's 58 counties in the midst of a worse crisis than the COVID pandemic to have no brick and mortar shelter? Why have we a multi-million-dollar animal control building, yet have no homeless navigation shelter? We must step forward and commit. Join the city. Show the backbone that God
Public
has
comment
put
at
in
3
you
minutes.
to be the leaders in this very important area. Thank you so much for your humanity and your action. Tell the Planning Commission into writing what you want to see happen for the homeless in El Dorado County. God bless you all and your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, then I would open it up for any comment that staff would like to make relative to the public comments that were made. Anything to add? David, you want to start?
Yeah, if you don't mind,
Sure.
I think it would be beneficial and just to revisit a topic that we touched on during your good governance workshop, and that is the nature of the forum that these board meetings presents. As I noted the other day, a board meeting is considered a limited public forum under First Amendment jurisprudence, which is to be contrasted with a traditional public forum, your streets, sidewalks, parks, and things of that nature. And as such, in a limited public forum, you are certainly permitted to impose regulations on what occurs in that type of public forum. Most certainly reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. And so to the extent that the 3-minute limit that the board has imposed on speakers has become an issue, I just wanted to just have the board rest assured that has been determined to be constitutional. And for anyone who's interested, I would encourage them to take a look at a case called Ribicoff v. City of Long Beach. The citation is 27 Cal App 5th 150. It's from 2018. And in reviewing a number of other cases that dealt with a similar issue, and specifically quoting to Kent versus Santa Monica Rent Control Board, the court stated, "The board regulations restricting public commentary to 3 minutes per item at the end of each meeting are the kind of reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions that preserve a board's legitimate interest in conducting efficient, orderly meetings." The court further stated that the plaintiff's arguments to the contrary, that time limits are a deprivation of his First Amendment right, are defeated by the holdings of these cases, White, Norse, and Kent. And then if that didn't put a fine enough point on it, the court later stated, quote, "The 3 minutes per public speaker rule clearly meets constitutional concerns." So I just wanted to note that, because I think that has been a question that this board has had, has been presented to the board, that the 3-minute time limit has been very clearly upheld against any constitutional challenge.
Thank you for the clarification.
Appreciate that, David.
So we are in staff's response to public comment. So Kim, I think you wanted to make a public comment as well?
I did. I just wanted to assure the board that at no time was the room muted. If the room's muted, unmuted is how it looks. So I wanted to assure the board that no time. What our enhanced board system has is a noise canceling feature. which helps with the background noise. So people sneezing, cell phones ringing to not be disruptive. So we went and we tested with IT. That was the case with the applause. You heard it briefly, and then the noise canceling system stepped in, and that's why it sounded like it was muted, but the room was at no time muted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, with that, I think we're up to only our 2 p.m. time allocation, which means we need to take a 20-minute break and come back at 2 p.m. since it is a noticed hearing to start at 2 p.m. So we can't start it early. So yeah, we'll recess until 2 p.m. and then pick it up again. So thank you all for your participation. All right.
Oh, boy. Just warning you.
Okay, we're at 2 p.m., so we will resume. The final item on our agenda today is a public hearing, and we'll get to that part of it. But Kim, if you would please read item 18.
Item 18 is a hearing to consider a request from Verizon Wireless CO Sarah King submitting for approval of the appeal to overturn the Planning Commission's denial for the approval of a cellular facility on the Oak Ridge High School football field. Staff recommending the board take the following action. 1, grant the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of Oak Ridge High School cell facility CUP 20-0006, thereby approving the project. Supervisor Heidel, will you please open the hearing?
I hereby open this public hearing. So with that, are you going to lead off? I'm not sure. Rob, please.
Mr. Chair, board members, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, here to present the item. So as Kim stated, this is a hearing for the consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of conditional use permit CUP 20-0006 to consider a request from Verizon Wireless, care of Sarah King, to overturn the Planning Commission's denial. So the subject property is identified as assessors parcel number 121-190-002, located on the south side of Harvard Way, approximately 300 feet west of the intersection with Silver Valley Parkway in the El Dorado Hills area. So I'm going to give a brief overview of how we got here. We also have representatives from the applicant/appellant's team that are going to provide a presentation on the merits of their appeal. And so I'll start with the hearing history. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on March 11th, 2021, and denied conditional use permit CUP 20-0006 for the proposed Verizon facility within the Oak Ridge High School football stadium. At the time of the hearing, no tolling agreement had been established, and a decision on the project had to occur at that hearing, meaning that because of the streamlining provisions of the wireless telecommunication approval, that we basically had to make a determination at that hearing without having a tolling agreement in place that would have provided us more time. So the Planning Commission findings for denial have been included in your Legistar as attachment A. The documentation from the Planning Commission's hearing is located on a related Legistar item 21-0328, which includes the staff report, the findings, conditions of approval, etc. So concerns from the Planning Commission were related to lighting, a stable project description that included enough information to include all of the information related to lighting and sound and the co-location of the poles, and then also co-location feasibility of the adding the additional towers onto existing poles as opposed to putting on new poles. The project proposes to remove and replace 2 existing 55-foot tall football stadium light standards and increase those heights to 80-foot tall lighting standards, which are approximately 5 feet off of the grade of the track itself. These are consistent with stadium lights on the opposite side of the field, which also have wireless telecommunications facilities. The proposed southeastern lighting standard, which would include 9 antennas and supporting equipment, in addition to the stadium lights and the speakers. The speakers would be at the same height as they are now, but the lighting would then be heightened. Let's see, the northeastern lighting standard would actually contain stadium lights and speakers only. So they would be being raised basically to stay consistent with the raising of the other lighting standard to allow for the telecommunication facility and consistent with the height of the telecommunication facility and the stadium lights on the opposite side of the field. So following the Planning Commission's denial of the project, the applicant, Verizon Wireless, formally filed a timely appeal of the Commission's action on March 19, 2021, within the requirement of the 10 working days. The appeal is included in the Register item as attachment B, and an additional letter from the applicant is included as attachment C. A tolling agreement is currently in place with the applicant, which extends the tolling timeframe through July 30th, 2021. So this hearing is within that tolling agreement timeframe. So as far as the recommendation from staff, it's not routine for staff to recommend overturning a planning commission decision. Generally, we're in the habit of bringing those items forward and then generally bringing forward the planning commission's denial. However, because of the circumstances of this appeal and because of the information that was provided by the applicant, staff believes that the concerns related to the planning commission's denial have been addressed by the applicant, most notably about the the noise and the height of the speakers, as well as the lighting and the analysis related to that. I will state that at the time of the planning commission hearing, there was a lot of concern related to that, and the information that was provided by both staff and the applicant wasn't sufficient enough to give the planning commission enough information to make that determination or approve the project. The hope of the planning commission was to work with the applicant and try to get a tolling agreement during the hearing, and we were unable to do so. And so that is why the commission ultimately denied the project and came forward with the denial findings. So staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors grant the appeal CUP A 21-0001, thereby reversing the Planning Commission's denial of the project, resulting in the approval of the conditional use permit CUP 20-0006 for the proposed Verizon wireless facility at Oak Ridge High School football stadium, subject to the findings and conditions as presented by staff to the Planning Commission for approval. 2 public comments have been received in advance of this hearing, both on the Legistar, one in support of the project and one in opposition. And there was a handful of public comments that were at the Planning Commission hearing and also some public testimony. So that concludes my staff presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, any questions of Rob?
I'll go.
We're going to go by the buttons. District 4, please.
It's really not a question, it's more of a comment. Thank you for that clarification that this is kind of unusual. I felt that reading the staff report, and for clarifying that the Planning Commission, really didn't want to deny the project, but they didn't have an alternative at that time, it seems like, from reading this and your explanation. So I'm just curious, does that ever happen? Tolling agreements aren't needed for every project to continue, but these are different, right? The cell towers are different.
Yeah, so under the streamlining provisions for the wireless telecom facilities, there is provisions that give us a certain amount of dates or time to bring forward the approvals or denials of the project. And so we were sort of up against that time frame in the previous planning commission hearing. And so, yeah, now it does provide for the opportunity to toll that time frame. And so we have come to an agreement with the applicant to toll the time frames and with enough time for us to bring forward this appeal to your board.
Okay, and then the analysis that was provided after the Planning Commission hearing, it seems to satisfy all the questions that they had. So
correct.
If they had had this information at the time, they probably would have approved the project, is my thinking. It's just, they didn't have it.
Yeah, I couldn't say for
Okay.
certain, but I think with the information that we have today, some of the concerns that they had would have been alleviated.
Right.
And I think we might have come out with a different outcome.
Got it. Okay. Good explanation. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. District 2.
No, I just wondered, the negative comments from the public, was there a lot of negative comments, especially during the Planning Commission? Was there negative comments about low radiation concerns or any of that has ever been brought up?
Yeah, so there was concerns related to the EMF emissions from this facility. There was also concerns about aesthetics and the lighting and whether or not that was going to impact the surrounding neighborhoods and also the noise. I think at the time, it wasn't certain whether or not the speakers were going to be raised at all or not, and what that did to the noise. And then also with the raising of the lights, it hadn't necessarily had the evaluation that the Planning Commission wanted to understand that there wouldn't be an impact over what's already there. So, but all of those topics were public comments.
Yeah, because I was reading a thing that happened in 2004. They did a study on a lot of these cell towers and stuff. And the fire departments are not putting up on their buildings anymore because they're, do they got one held just recently? Okay, so maybe they've changed their way or whatever it is, but I know there's some stuff that happened way back when. And they were talking about different things that can cause depression, tremors, and basically, let's see, slowed reaction time, lack of focus, lack of impulse control, severe headaches. This is some of the things that we're concerned about, some of the fire departments and stuff that had it, and that's why some of them don't have them no more. I just wanted to bring that up because I think that's really concerns me, especially next to a school. That's all, you know.
Yeah, and maybe the applicant can speak a little more to it, but what I can say is that under the FCC guidelines, that the radio frequency emissions from these antennas are generally thousands of times below the safety limits that have been allowed and authorized by the FCC. And so under USC code 332C7B2, state and local governments may not regulate the placement, construction, or modification of personal wireless services facilities on the basis of environmental effects of radio frequency emissions. So we're kind of have on this.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I brought it up, because this is something I've been reading a little bit about it, and I was just amazed. I didn't know anything about it at all.
Call it Lake Valley Fire. They just put one in there.
Yeah, and El Dorado Hills Fire Department.
They have one too.
They have
Okay.
one at the
All right.
Station 85,
Well,
Station 80.
it's just concerns, especially when you're dealing with the school and,
Yeah.
and children. That's all.
Yeah.
That's my concern. So.
Yep.
But a lot of that is not medically.
And the bottom line is the FCC standard says that we really can't weigh in and preclude the establishment of these kinds of towers because of those kinds of concerns, because the science is not perfect and you can argue various things.
Yeah,
So,
there was a news story on CBS. is what
Right.
it was.
any other staff comments? Rita, did you have anything you wanted to? Okay, all taken care of. So at this point, we'll turn it over to the appellant, and assuming there's no other board comment. I didn't see any lights. Let's turn it over to the appellant. I know they have a presentation. Sarah, are you going to kick this one off, or do you want Erickson to lead, or how are we going to do it here? You're muted, Sarah. Sorry.
Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
Perfect. So yeah, I'll go ahead and get this started. I figure I'll start with our appellant presentation, if that's okay. So let me do a quick screen share. Actually, want to share. Don't think I want to share this. All right, I think I need to start my application this first. Apologies, one moment. Oh, shit. Really? Okay, pull you over here. There we go, this should do it. All right, I think I got it all arranged.
We've got it up.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much. Hello there, everyone. My name is Sarah King. I am here representing the appellant, Verizon Wireless. I just want to go ahead and start by thanking both the planning staff and the Board of Supervisors. We appreciate all the time and energy. We know it's a big project to take these on and look them through and review them. We just want to say thank you for your time. In addition to that, I just want to let everyone in the room know that we do have a lot of specialists online today to basically help address any questions or concerns. We have Eric Milana, who is a Verizon radio frequency engineer. Myself, of course, is kind of the project lead. Bob Kirkham from Musco Lighting, who handled the lighting analysis. Bill Hammett from Hammett and Edison for the noise assessment. And then there's also Bob Wittenberg, who's the assistant superintendent of Oak Ridge High. Last but not least, we also have Paul Albritton from McKenzie & Albritton LLP. He's Verizon's outside legal counsel, and he'll be interested in essentially providing closing remarks after the public comment period. I needed to skip. All right, so it's working fine before. Let's try that. All right, that worked. All right, so the first question, of course, is why are we interested in this particular area? So the primary objective of this project, and if you're familiar with the area, is Oak Ridge High is essentially right here in this red blotch down here on the bottom left. So this map has green coverage, which is in-building coverage, yellow coverage, which is our in-vehicle coverage, and red coverage, which is outdoor, and so fairly weak coverage, and it's prone to drop calls and various problems. So as you can tell, Oak Ridge High School would be right dead center within this space, and it would, basically what we're looking at is this big red blotch is our significant coverage gap. This is obviously a weak zone. I know I've had several people from the county or the local region mention that they have trouble in this area. So this is the coverage area we're trying to fill. Now, if you pay attention as I move on to the next slide, you'll actually see the exact same map, only it will also add on the proposed coverage that we're expecting to receive from this tower if we installed. So as you clicked over, you see that whole red area vanishes. We replaced it with green and yellow coverage for the most part, really solid coverage, and it does especially help with Silver Valley Parkway. It's a major artery that runs through your guys' community, helps provide good coverage for that, and just generally improve the coverage and take care of that coverage gap. When we were reviewing the project, we did take a look at 5 other locations. Pretty much each one of these locations were discarded either because they were too far away to actually cover the gap, they were blocked by terrain, or they lacked a willing landlord or ability to get legal access rights. If you're interested, we did supply a completely comprehensive alternative site analysis, very thorough document with the appeal submittal. So if you're interested in the full details of that analysis, I'd suggest taking a look at that document. Now here are 2 photo simulations that we have of the expected visual outcome of the proposed project. The image on the left is essentially on Silver Valley Parkway facing north towards the school. The image on the right would be if you were north of the school facing south along Silver Valley Parkway. As you can see from both images, the visual impact would be extremely minimal by making these additions. The other objective is by matching the height of the existing light poles that currently exist on the west side of the stadium with those we will install on the east side, is it will basically grant the school extremely enhanced, consistent lighting for their nighttime school events. And in addition, we would basically provide a location for us to place antennas to improve cellular coverage to the community. So the way we're seeing it is it's kind of a win-win for everybody. During the public hearing on March 11, 2021, the Planning Commission did express concerns both with light and noise pollution. We believe that this issue was basically not brought up prior to the Planning Commission meeting because we already have a very significant buffer around our project proposal. On this map, you can see this blue area is Oak Ridge High School, so that's the site parcel we're looking to place. This green dot is where we would be placing our antennas. We'll also be replacing this pole to the north. Across the street, you have Rolling Hills Middle School in the green, and then down to the south, you have Silver Valley Elementary. Now, obviously, these schools are daytime facilities, so the lighting impact and the noise impact from nighttime events at the high school wouldn't really impact them. After that, the nearest home is over 300 feet away. It's all the way across Silver Valley Parkway, which, as you know, is a very big thoroughfare. And then the next closest homes are actually over 900 feet away, all the way over here to the southwest. After the planning hearing, Verizon did request that a third party, in this case Musco Lighting, complete a lighting analysis for the project. The image on the left shows the resulting glare at specific points along the east side of Silver Valley Parkway. Now, I know this is a little hard to read, but these are actually all zeros all the way down. If you take a look at the lighting study, you can verify that for yourselves. And essentially, there's no glare on the eastern side of Silver Valley Parkway long before you hit the homes that are down here to the southeast. The image on the right is a simulated rendering of the lighting results. And as you can see from that, this would be the resulting light from the light standards that would hit the field. You can see it covers the field nicely, it covers the track area, and a little bit into the bleachers, but it pretty much halts all impacts after that. This stays well within the confines of the high school's property, and based upon this analysis, Musco was able to conclude that there would be no lighting impact to the surrounding community. To address the Planning Commission's noise concerns, we did have a professional engineer from Hammond Edison perform a noise evaluation to account for the movement of the sound system for the stadium. They also concluded that there would be no noise impacts to the surrounding community. In summary, this is a great project. It provides better facilities to the school without dipping into their budget. It provides a location for Verizon to place new equipment to cover their significant coverage gap, bringing that benefit to the community. It brings 2 major benefits while having no negative impact on noise or lighting, and we appreciate your time and attention and ask that you approve our project. And at that point, I'd just go ahead and like to turn this back to the board. We're happy to address any questions. Like I mentioned, we do have several specialists on the line, and let us know what you need to know.
Thank you, Sarah. Board questions or comments at this point? I'm not seeing red lights. Go ahead.
Well, anyway, I still got a concern with this because I've been reading some other stuff and it just, there was in 2018, there was a concern about a school down there and they were going to put this tower up. And actually there was a lot of complaints from the parents. And it was AT&T tower is what it was. And the thing is, and they're following different things, and it was Supervisor Diane Jacob, and that's scheduled the Ramona Town Hall is what it was. And she was talking about the complaints, and she said since 2018, has handcuffed our ability to regulate the placement of these towers. The government has basically regulated where these go and where they don't go. So, and her biggest study is, even it says, cell phone equipment does emit radiation, but research on its health effects has been inconsistent according to the National Cancer Institute. A limited number of studies have shown sub-evidence of association of cell phone use and brain tumor risk. So I'm reading different things and I'm just concerned, especially when you're talking about young children, I mean, high school kids, especially going to school, especially when this tower is there, when I don't understand why it looks like to me there's a lot of open space in that area where that tower could be, set back even farther instead of an adjacent, and especially next to a football field. So that's my concerns. And if you want to talk more about that, Rob, or give me some little more update on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. One comment that I would make is that on the east side of the football stadium currently exists a cell tower location on a stadium right across the field. So I just wanted to add that it is an installation, although it is an additional carrier and towers, and antennas, there is existing cell tower already located on the poles across from the field.
How long has it been there?
I can find that out for you.
Yeah, I would like to know, I'm just curious, because, when it comes to children, I just got concerns, that's all, especially when you hear all these different things that's going on about these towers, so.
And I'll just say, George, we've had cell towers on our schools for many years.
Yeah.
Of LTUSD, we've had them up there. Serves good purpose, emergencies, whatever, because we just
Well,
can't.
I totally
there's just so many
understand that.
places to go.
I thought if it could be, put back, because
Well, some
I
of
was
those-
looking at the map and it looks like there's a lot of open space of where it could be actually not real close to the schools.
I will say, I saw some studies too, and some of them were referring to injuries of the brain because of the cell phone, not the
Right,
cell
right.
tower. And if you ask everybody to take away their cell phones, I think you're going to hear a lot less complaining. People understanding that they can't use their cell phones if they don't have the cell towers. So it's.
Anyway, that's just my concern.
I'll just point out that the Planning Commission, to my knowledge, did not try to make any determination associated with the health risks of 5G, which I think is a primary concern. Like I said, I've got into a lot of studies on this stuff. There's sensitive receptors, and I do believe some people, a very small percent of the population, are affected by it if they're within a given distance. But the argument is how close do you have to be?
Right. And that's what my concern was.
But we're not empowered to make determinations
No,
based
I know
upon the
that.
FCC ruling based upon health risks.
Well, it says that right there. So.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately, that's not within our jurisdiction. So questions for the appellant, that's what we started trying to get, and we kind of went back to staff.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
any questions from the presentation made by the appellant? Okay, so
Can I respond to the
yes,
question?
please.
Okay, so the original carriers were under special use permit 05-0045, and those were authorized by the Planning Commission on December 14, 2006. There was a revision in 2019, which actually raised that side of the towers to the basically the height that we're now looking to raise the other side.
All right,
It's
so
been in existence since
that's what I needed to know.
approximately 2006.
That helps me clarify my answer.
I knew they'd been there a long time, but I couldn't remember. So thank you, Rob, for the clarification on that. So if there's no other board comments, and we've heard from the appellant, why don't we open up for public comment, either public comment or questions for staff or for the appellant? Kim, if you'd open it up, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Devon Springs. Thank you, Rob, for the report. I'm looking at the recent staff report that was part of the items on the agenda, or excuse me, attached to this agenda item. It says that you can do as staff has recommended, that is to accept the appeal and fine in behalf of the project. But the other two I thought were pertinent and they should be reflected, at least in your knowledge. You could deny the appeal, hereby upholding the denial of the conditional use permit, and then the number for the proposed Verizon wireless facility based on the findings for denial adopted by the Planning Commission and potentially revised by the Board of Supervisors. Also, another possibility is that you direct staff to remand the project to the Planning Commission for further review, consideration, and determination of the appellant newly submitted documentation, provided that the appellant is willing to execute a new tolling agreement to allow for this additional time. What is kind of a legal matter is the question of the findings for denial. Findings for denial were prepared after the Planning Commission took their action. And so my question to you, and hopefully you would find out, is what is the standing of those findings of denial? I mean, what is it standing related to how important is it, or is it not important anymore? And then is there necessary findings that staff should be providing you in the alternative with their recommendation? Meaning, is there a legal findings that should be prepared because staff is saying that things have changed, there's additional information available that wasn't available. So I think that's important in terms of finding out legally where do we stand related to the action of the Planning Commission. In my mind, sometimes it's better, and I tried to reflect that yesterday, that take a deep breath, and I got to do that more. So I'm asking you to take a deep breath, Supervisor Petal, and kind of decide just technically where are we, you know, based on clearly the staff's recommendation has changed. And then, okay, I'm going to finish in 30. Okay. And then the question of this findings of denial. I think it's critically important because there is findings that have to be written up, and we have those, but only on the denial side. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. So seeing no more public comment from anyone present in the boardroom, is there anybody online? Kim, looks like we got at least one.
Now taking public comment from 390.
What a surprise, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Ken, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Yeah, you bet. And it's good to be back. Complaining about the same thing, different day. I won't use the appropriate language that I feel like using. But anyway, this is a mess. The denial should stand because the findings are not able to be made. Sadly, I got tied up this today and I didn't get that information to you until just now. But it's in the record. I sent a 4 or 5 page email back in March and basically said that no, number one, this cannot be a CADX project. You were reminded in your CEQA review right before this hearing happened, a joint meeting between the board and the commission, that there was CADX is the worst possible thing that you can do for your environmental documentation. This thing is so full of holes, you could drive a truck through it. And, you know, go with the neg deck and do it right. And again, staff has not, well, The WTF ordinance does not require them to do a good analysis. And therefore, we've got, I'll say it, a piece of whatever sitting in front of us that's being sold and pawned off to you by the same people, ultimately, who assured you that the Snows Road site was going to be just fine. You wait. Anyway, and that it's a co-location. No, it's not. This is 100 yards away. That's not co-location. That's not on the same rooftop. That's not on the same tower. That's not on the same monopine. That's not. It's on the same parcel. Oh wow, that clearly co-location. I don't think it meets muster. So, and by the way, fire departments have routinely, when the rank and file gets involved, they've removed a whole bunch of towers. But we can't talk about EMF, so we won't. But it's out there. I have a problem with it. The schools really, the boards approve these projects, if you will. And it's the board, well, it's the board of the fire department that approves these projects. Anyway, this is not a small or limited expansion. It's also with the ability to, with the ability, I asked for more because I bet there's not a bunch of people in line here. But the point is that this is not their ability to add panels to these towers, these light standards later on. You're bifurcating a project and calling it CADX all at once. Okay, I wished I had the money to sue you on this one because we'd win. Remember that
Public comment at 3 minutes.
CEQA arguments are based on that the approving agency did not do an adequate environmental review. And in our case, it's because the WTF ordinance does not mandate it. And staff, quite honestly, is just getting a little bit lazy. I'll say it.
Thank you, Ken.
Also, I cannot hear Bob when he's talking. I cannot hear him very well over the line, by the way. Thank you very much. And I hope we can start denying these projects for these bases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay.
Now taking public comment from Brian Hard. Brandon?
Brandon, we can't hear you. It looks like you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Is your microphone activated? We still can't hear you, Brandon. There.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're there. Okay.
Hello?
Proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to support the project. I live within the mailing radius. I live right behind the high school. And this project is pretty important to me personally, just because I use like voice over internet for my like quote unquote landline phone. And so anytime there's a power outage, I lose accessibility to all communications to the outside world. And I have Verizon as my primary cell phone provider. And the solution when you live in a dead zone is they give you these miniature like repeater things that basically plug into your internet. And so my Verizon phone only works when it's also plugged into the internet. So in the event of power outages, I don't have any way to get out in touch with the outside world. So having a reliable cellular connection is pretty important. And so I think that impacts pretty much everyone in this whole area, like down into, I think you guys saw the cellular service map that was provided. So it's fairly well known that the phones just don't work out here without these little mini repeaters in your house. So I just wanted to give my strong support for the project. I also think it's great for the school. And you know, you have two, I walk the track out there at the school fairly regularly, and I saw some guys on the poles on the other light standard that already has the antennas. And I think that there's really no difference if you are just adding a couple on the other side. To me, I don't really see that as a very great impact visually for anyone that lives in the area. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, before I close the public comment hearing portion of it, Bob Wittenberg, do you or someone from representing El Dorado Union High School District choose to weigh in on this?
Yes, we'd just like to thank you for your time and your willingness to consider this approval. We do see this as a win-win. We're excited. We think it's going to be advantageous both to the school site as well as to the community. And so we thank you for your time and your willingness to reconsider this.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. I'm not seeing anyone else. Kim, are you? So I will close the public hearing at this
This is
point.
Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon.
Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I just wanted to take one. Sorry. Sorry, was asked to start my video. Thank you so much for your time today, Supervisor Hyde, all members of the board, and considering Verizon's project. I'll just be very brief. I wanted to assure you with respect to the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions that this particular pole, because of the height of the antennas, we've submitted a study that shows that emissions on the ground will be 1% or less of the FCC exposure limits anywhere on the ground. We have on the line Bill Hammond of Hammond and Edison Consulting Engineers, who wrote the book on RF exposure. If you have any questions in that area, Bill has a 30-year history dealing with this issue and can advise you as necessary. Regarding CEQA, I just want to say very quickly, a categorical exemption is very defendable. There are many California cases that have upheld CEQA exemptions for wireless facilities, and I would assure you that Verizon Wireless, under our agreements, would indemnify the county against any CEQA lawsuit related to your approval. We are anxious to have this facility approved. Verizon Wireless wants to provide necessary service in your area, as you heard earlier, particularly as we're going into these climate crises. Wireless service and this facility has battery backup is essential during times of crisis, and particularly essential in a high school where you've got lockdown situations or parents trying to contact students in any kind of situation like that. So we appreciate your time and encourage you to move forward on what we think is a win-win for the high school and for the community for wireless service. And we are here with experts. We have the RF design engineer for the network for Verizon Wireless. We have Mr. Hammett, our exposure expert, available to answer any specific questions you have. And again, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Paul. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. So we officially got past that. We'll bring it back for any staff response, should they choose to want to respond to any of the public comment anyway. I know that the findings question came up. That might be one that you want to address.
Yeah, so this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director. So first I want to acknowledge that in my presentation, I should have outlined, as described in the staff report, the alternatives to the proposal that we were making. So we want to use that. Secondly, the findings that were being relied upon, or at least that staff had intended to rely upon for this decision, were the staff findings that were presented to the Planning Commission for approval of the project. Now, at that time, the Planning Commission could not make those findings based on the information that was provided to them, and so they made findings for denial. However, staff still supports, with the additional information, those findings that were presented to the Planning Commission. Those findings were included on Legistar item 21-0328, which was the Planning Commission Legistar item, and which is related in the Legistar to this Legistar item. So those includes also the conditions of approval that the project would be subject.
All right. Any other staff inputs? We're good?
Deputy County Counsel, to address the question on the findings as well. You do have findings for denial before you. Will note that you reviewed them. They are based on the lack of analysis that was there, and including the CEQA findings was also based on an unstable project description based on the commentary at the commission and just a lack of analysis. So I do not see a vulnerability with having those findings being made by the Planning Commission, because given the time that we've had, the applicant has done that needed analysis in order to support the findings that were originally proposed to Planning Commission.
Yeah. So
actually, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
That popped into my head here. So most of the Planning Commission's issues related to the project had to do with sound and light. The reason for those issues were that the antennas are being placed on a stadium light pole. Generally, so it wasn't necessarily related to the authorization of the wireless tower. or the circumstances surrounding that. It had to do with the lack of analysis related to sound and noise and light. And so I just wanted to, most of the opposition or the discussion was related to those topics and not so much the authorization of the cell tower.
So bringing it back to the board, I just want to note that I did consult with my planning commissioner and he was very satisfied with the tolling agreement and all the other information was provided, that all of those previous unchecked boxes with the findings were based upon have been completed in his opinion. So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what I hear
that's
too.
a verification that the process has been good and then it gets to the decision. So unless there's any other board comments, I'm ready to make a motion. Okay, so I would like to move that we use staff's recommendation and we grant the appeal to in denial to the planning commission's findings originally, noting that all things have been satisfied. So I'll move staff recommendation.
Yeah, I'll second that. Anyway, thank you for the information and stuff like that, because that was some of the things that, and they satisfied what I needed to know too, especially when they've had these other towers there since, for years. So anyway, thank you.
The motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. So thank you everyone for your time and consideration on today's agenda, in particular this last item. With that, I'm going to conclude this meeting.
Real quick, Mr. Chair,
Go
before
ahead.
you do, if I, just to make sure that Kim gets it onto the record, that we did
certainly.
hold our closed session scheduled.
Report out.
There is no action to report out.
Thank you, council. So I'm still going to adjourn the meeting at 2:40 PM. But thank you. Got it in there. Thank you.
Yeah.